I would, that's a good estimate, yes.
Okay. Questions for the elections group?
I have a few, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. House.
Yeah, I'm Mayor Milden, hey, election staff members. I'm looking at your breakdown. I appreciate this for the 550.15, the other contractual. So I'm looking here right before the 550.22 with the telephone. The last two items. So I'm looking at vendor services for annual mailing, that's 20,000, and vendor services for ballot printing, that's 108,000. That's $128,000. What other costs through the mail and balloting are we incurring? Are we responsible for besides just this 120,000?
I'll give you a breakdown from the general election. I can give that to you. I'll send an email to you with all the breakdown. I will tell you that part of the mail-in ballot services we are going to review very closely. It really does have to be reviewed on not only the vendor that we use, but how we process our mail-in ballots. But I can give you, we'll give you numbers from the general election.
Okay, because I'm just wondering why the county is responsible for an act largely by the governor, but also abated by the legislature that puts us on the hook for at least $120,000. That to me is total nonsense. And again, we're paying for Harrisburg's mistakes. They've created a problem that didn't exist. And I don't know, has any effort been made to contact the governor's office and legislature to pay for this? Because we've had elections that really they've ruined public confidence, but we're also paying for ruining the people's confidence. And it's just unsettling me, really. I know it's not your fault. I'm not saying that, but you know, I've been doing this for a few years now. It's the same nonsense, and it just stinks.
We have this conversation, right? We have this conversation repeatedly, and I did not make any requests to the state. I can tell you, I was at the last CCAP conference, and the issue did not come up. My suggestion is, if the state is going to continue with the mail-in ballots, that they actually adjust the time that we can process them. There are certain procedural and process changes that could be made if the state wants to go forward with the mail-in ballots. We're refining it, but we're not, we haven't actually climbed the mountain yet to actually make that process efficient, but we're working on it.
Yeah, and I know you just need to run the election. That's priority number one. I get that. We're going to pay for it and go to Harrisburg, not indoors. That's kind of secondary. But thanks for keeping that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also looking at the poll workers' salaries, $404,000. If we have 189 polling places, and the chairman just said that we have 600 poll workers, even if they're paid $200 a pop, that's $120,000 just for a fully supported election board. So where is the remaining nearly $300,000 going for the poll workers' salaries?
Well, I know that they get paid to attend training. We can get you the breakdown. These are numbers that are from last year from the primary, and then we can get you the numbers from the general election as well.
Or if they were from the primary mill too, do you know? I'm assuming these were offset by COVID funds from the first COVID pack, because this is a big shock to our budget here. The poll work, and it's like a 100% increase over last year.
My understanding is the primary was, but I'll have budget and finance confirm that.
Wow. I appreciate that, because in 2021 it was $455,000. Now we're looking at over double that, a $545,000 increase.
I know that during 2020, we reduced the number of polling sites, and this year we went back to the our regular complement of polling sites. So we expanded our polling sites, at least for the general election that I'm particularly aware of. But it's a deep cost. It's a very deep and significant cost. And we do need to really look and reassess the polling locations, but that would be something that the election board would have to decide. But we will be providing the election board with the information that they can make an informed decision.
Yeah, yeah, if you could take it back to them, I'd really appreciate it, because the poll worker salaries, I just don't know, see where that's going, even if we have 5 rovers, I think in the past we've had. I mean, that's just a one-day cost, and that's not gonna make up that $300,000, so if you're talking about just sites, just polling place sites, that's not that particular item there. So it seems to me that $300,000 is walking out the door, and without the COVID funds to cover it, I just don't see how we do this. It just seems like Harrisburg increased this budget like $500,000 that we're on the line for. You know, everybody should be screaming out loud across the state for this kind of stuff. Where does, and Ramil, another thing, the Election Bureau supported the consultant for $75,000. Where is that? Is that coming out of the other contractor as well?
I believe so.
Is that a poll worker's salary here?
No, it wouldn't be coming from the poll worker's salary.
So where do we see that reflected here?
Brian, do you want to answer that? Danielle? I'm sorry, I don't have the budget book in front of me.
For 2021, we paid for the consultant for the election group in the Office of Law, and we can cover it over a grant if the permissions are allowable.
So it was out of the Office of Law budget, the consultant?
Temporarily, yes. And I'm pretty sure, but I need to call that it'll be covered under the grant that we have.
So, okay, under the grant. Where is the grant reflected in the revenues area?
We haven't received any of the grant money yet. We have to submit our expenses, and that's why we haven't received the money yet, but it expires in 2022.
That CTCL initiative, are they doing that
The
again?
I don't know if they're offering anything at this right now, but we spent those funds already for a CTCL. We have a $172,000 grant from DCED for HAVA, which will cover more than just COVID things.
Yeah. Again, I'm very distrustful of that whole outfit as well, but I'm wondering if it's like in the 90s where the federal government paid for extra police protection, and then after 3 years, the money ran out, so all the municipalities were left holding the bag with all ththese cops that were on the payroll, and they couldn't cover the cost, so they had to disband the police departments in some cases. And I wonder if this is the same situation. So they'll whitewash the election mail-ins, and then after a couple of years, when people forget about it, then we're on the hook for an extra $500,000. This is the kind of distress I have for these people in Harrisburg, and I wonder if we could get some clear answers about this, because here we are, our budget's about $140 million a year, and this is a significant jump just in this one little line item here. So yeah, if we could get some more clarification as a council, I personally appreciate it, before we make sure we approve all this funding and expenditures.
We will. Well, absolutely, Councilman Haas. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Remember, Councilman House, the election board decided to double the salaries essentially of poll workers last year during the height of the pandemic.
Sure.
And that's what's carried forward this year, even though we're in the height of the pandemic now. So we're dealing.
I don't have a problem with that, Mr. Chair. I think that's warranted because we need people to work the polls.
Well,
It's still not a whole lot of money, but
we're struggling to get people to cover the polls, and that was.
yeah.
And you know, one of the other things that Ms. Croco mentioned and the election board has looked at is make sure that those people get the proper training.
Right.
And it appeared to me from what I read, and I wasn't following the election board too much. Some of those people who were serving as poll workers didn't get the training. They chose not to get the training, even though it was a small stipend to get. But I think it's obviously some of the issues we have with the elections is the fact that some of the people, the polls don't have the information they probably need.
Sure, no, I understand that. I appreciate that. That's why you said out of the 199 polling places, we have 600 poll workers, using your figure, Mr. Chair. So I'm thinking, all right,
Oh,
average, you
yeah.
have 3 workers.
That's a guesstimate. I mean,
And that's like even at $200 a pop. I know that's the high levels for the judge of elections, I think, is like 200.
so
So
it's 200 and 195, I think, is the
Sure.
two different stipends.
that's how I arrived at my 120,000 just for the poll workers for the election board. But it still leaves an opening of like 300 and some thousand dollars not really accounted for.
Well,
So I'd like to
I think
find
they're
out.
going to get some more information for you.
Yeah.
So you'll have a clearer understanding.
Sure. Thanks again, Liz. I mean, we want to support the elections, but again, it's just not fair. We're paying for other people's pipe dreams that ruin people's confidence. I don't like that one bit. But thank you.
Okay.
Mr. McGinley? Mr. McGinley,
Yes.
if I could,
Yeah.
if I could, on the elections budget, we were told that when that consultant came on board back in September or maybe August, that money actually came from other contractual supplies, other contractual services. We were told that money was in the budget and it was under 550-15. And so now we find out that the money isn't in the budget and it's coming out of the Office of Law and it's going to be funded by a grant. What grant are we applying for that's going to pay for this? Is it going to be another CTCL grant that Mr. Haas and I uncovered last year when they slid that thing through to us? Or how is that all going to function? Not that I'm opposed to getting a grant to do it. It's just the transparency that we're not getting here is that when this all came about in August, we were told that money was left over in the budget under 550-15, and that's where that consultant came from. I just don't understand how that money now came out of the Office of Law's budget. And now we don't know what the Office of Law budget is because we're getting conflicting numbers. Other contractual services in the Office of Law is going to be up by 70,000, clearly at this point. So why did we take it out of there in the first place? And why wasn't council told that that's where it came from?
Well,
Can I take this? Remote, I'll take it.
okay.
So, Mr. Griffith, at the time it was done, there was money available in that line. I think at the time the consultant was paid, there was not money available. So when council got the email in August, there was money in other contractual services. As we get towards the end of the year, not just for elections, for many of the line items, they're close to the budget max. And at the point that the contractor needed to be paid for the service they provided during the election, there wasn't money in the budget at that time.
So how do you transfer money from one division to the other without council's approval?
I didn't transfer money.
Well, you're saying you paid it out of the Office of Law's budget, and that's a different division than the administrative services, correct?
It is absolutely a different division than administrative services.
How do you do that?
Because the vendor needs to be paid.
Yeah, but you can't take money from a different division without council approval.
I'll leave that to
Now, if you wanted to take it from a different line item, yeah, or from within that division, yeah. But you can't go to another division and take money to pay somebody else's division's bills without telling council. I don't understand how you could do that.
I'm not sure there was money in admin services.
Well, then somebody needed to come to council and get a transfer, a budget transfer. That's the whole check and balance against the administration taking money from items that we budgeted to. And now the money came from a different line item altogether. And now you're coming to council with a solicitor's budget saying that you spent this much money in other contractual services, when clearly you didn't spend that much money in other contractual service for the Office of Law. You might have spent it for 5 other divisions. We don't know.
Councilman Griffith is correct, and I take responsibility for failing to notify council.
Okay. Like I said, I just think this is something for council to keep aware of. I just don't believe that that's, I share Mr. Haas's concern is that, when we look at the budget, and I'm not adverse to spending money on elections at all, because I did sit up there for 2 weeks and noticed how difficult a task they have. Clearly, it's a very arduous task, a lot of hands being used to make that process happen. But the concern that I have clearly is the ability for us to increase the price of other contractual services. I'm looking at on the contract, we're getting it's $1 million for 22 county managers, $1.8 million for that division. in other contractual services. And last year we budgeted 400,000 for 455,000. That's all, that's double plus that we're budgeting for that other contractual services with absolutely no explanation other than a breakdown sheet that says what increased or what we're going to increase. I mean, I appreciate the breakdown, but that doesn't help council to understand what increased. That just tells us what the number is. So what services have increased to jack that price up that much money? I mean, that's a substantial increase that Mr. Haas is talking about. If it's just about ballot printing, then we were told when we got Dominion that those ballots were going to be printed on regular paper. We didn't have to buy special paper, but apparently we do. You know, there's just, you know, and under wages non-represented, last year we paid for an extra staff member a year before, I think it was, because we were going to get campaign finance reports put up online. We still didn't get them put up online, and they're still not up online. So we're going to add more staff with the promise that we're going to need the staff. Yet the stuff that they say they're going to do, I don't know if we're ever going to get it. It's a real concern that we tell the taxpayers we have to put these people on because we need the staff, and then we turn around and the elections don't get any better. In fact, they get worse, and we throw more people at it. So I have a concern about, you know, what is going to actually happen with the additional staff members. You know, there's a couple other items like site rental that I looked at on 55056 that has a $12,000 budgeted number for 2022, yet we had 22,000 budgeted in 2021. Are we eliminating sites? Why is that number half the price?
We will, I can tell you we relied on the previous administrative services numbers, part of it from the primary and then part of it from the general election. So we will give you the breakdowns that you're asking for. You're certainly entitled to them. I do want to say, though, that I think that the general election was a step in the right direction. We did not solve all the problems. I can tell you there were a lot of problems.
Well,
Bureau.
Absolutely.
And we made, I think, significant inroads in trying to alleviate those problems. We have a lot more work to do to make sure that the elections are done fairly and transparent, and to reinforce to the voting population in Luzerne County that our system works. And we will look at these numbers, and I'm hoping that some of the suggestions that we make will actually streamline the election process and the number of individuals that we actually need to make sure that the election it functions and is fair. So I will personally make sure that council and the election board and all the information that you're asking for is made public, because the public has a right to know this. And if you have any other questions, please email me, text me, call me, and I will answer those, and I will share them with the public as well. And
if I could continue under printing, there was a $50,000 increase for, not 50,000 increase, but you budgeted 50,000, yet we only spent, 19,000 so far this year. We budgeted 49. We amended the budget. We actually amended the budget from the 50,000. We downgraded the budget by $1,000. Actually, we had a budget of 50,000. You downgraded it to 49,250, and now you bumped it back up to 50,000. Yet we never spent 50,000.
We received a bill. We received a bill from the printers, and it's being reviewed, and we're meeting with them next week.
And how much? How much did? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Printing those mail-in ballots. We have to. I will recommend to the election board that we review the vendors. I'm going to recommend that we issue an RFP so that we can get some competitive prices and perhaps get more efficient printing of our ballots.
And could you just briefly, could you tell us how much money we got from Dominion for the debacle that happened in the primary, that they were supposed to pay for their mistake that happened with the ballot, where we labeled the ballot Democratic ballot instead of Republican ballot, and they were supposed to compensate us for that? Did we ever get compensated for that?
They did, and I'll give you the breakdown. They did give us, they did not charge us for certain work that they did, and it was approximately $75,000.
Well, there's our
That was
consultant fee.
Well, that was the consultant fee. I think it was 70. But
Right,
I'll
so
tell you this. I'll tell you this. I'm going to say it publicly. In July of 2021, when I took over as acting county manager, there was no one in the county that could successfully run an election. I'll say it. It's the elephant in the room. It's the elephant that has been in this room for a long time. And I don't regret 1 second of bringing in the election group. Anybody who came and watched how the election took place and how the process took place under their advice, as opposed to previous elections, you know, it was night and day. So I don't regret that. I don't regret that at all.
And if I could say, the shame to that is we're paying a director $65,000 a year to be able to do that at the same time. That's the shame to the whole thing.
Well, that's going to change.
Well,
that will change.
But again, the taxpayers paid an awful lot of extra money for something that they didn't really need to pay for because of our leadership that wasn't on their game. And I certainly appreciate what they did in the Bureau of Elections, as well as you as the acting county manager, to get it done, because clearly the last 3 times or 4 times we haven't had a very successful election. So kudos to you for doing that. But I mean, we just can't throw money at problems. We have to fix them. And I appreciate the work that you're trying to do to make that happen. But I think the taxpayers demand accountability for the money we spend. And unfortunately, you know, it doesn't seem to be going that way. So those are the questions that I had for the budget, Mr. McGinley. I certainly think that that amount of money is exorbitant for other contractual supplies. And I really would like to know why that number jumped so high. What's the difference in the cost?
As I said before, I'm going to give the breakdown, but a lot of these numbers were based on numbers from the primary, and we will review those.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay.
I could do, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Fox.
Yeah, thanks for Melvin, and thanks for owning that, and I think everybody understands that politics was played with the past couple of years with the director of elections position, to much the dismay of many people. And the best we can do it now is go forward and get a grip on this with the new director. Have you determined who's the next director at this point?
No, we're conducting interviews.
Because I'm asking that, not because I necessarily want to know, but just because I'm looking here, it's going back to the itemization here on 550.10. Ballot setup and poll book programming, and that was all done 3 directors ago. And she did it herself, saved the taxpayers a lot of money, she's very good at her job. And we all know what happened with that situation. I would like to see the new director be able to do that. It just seems to me it's a very reasonable way to cut costs, to not give Dominion any more money, because frankly, I don't think that they deserve anything. But if we can make sure that person is the consummate professional, if that means paying extra, I would totally support that. But again, feet have to be held to the fire, like has not happened in the past couple of years. Again, that's only part of the problem why we've had such terrible elections here. It comes from Harrisburg, and they created this problem that did not exist. And that's the other elephant in the room, that we're paying for somebody's agenda with this mail down. I really hope that the state representatives and senators finally do something about this, exercise some leadership, and take care of this nonsense from the top. Thank you.
And you have a very good suggestion about bringing certain work in-house, and that we'll pass that on to the election board to make a determination. But I agree with you. There's some of the work that actually could be brought in-house.
But to support it, I personally really have to see it. Like, this is nice, but this is still very general, and I just don't see where a lot of this money is programmed. So we've really got to see it. And I don't know how you do that in the interviews, how you find somebody that will do that, because I don't think that was in the job description per se. But You know,
Well, we
that's
asked
gotta be
them.
the-
We
That's
asked
what
them.
this
We
input
can
is.
ask that question. We'll ask that question.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I just have, actually two comments. Number one, Mr. Griffith wrote an email, I think it was last week, Mr. Griffith, complimenting the elections department on their successful election. And
Yes, I did. Very good. I appreciate you pointing that out.
yes, I appreciate the fact that you were a person who put it in an email and sent it out, because I think a
Thank
lot of
you.
people have complaints and statements, and they don't decide to put that out there. One of the things that we've been seeing as we go through this whole budget process, and it certainly is reflected tonight, if we want to run a successful election in this county and have the kind of leadership that everybody says they want, we have to pay for it. And it's quite obvious that many of our compensation salaries at this point are not meeting the current guidelines of salaries across the Commonwealth, across the nation. So if we continue to pay a salary that is not competitive, I don't expect the candidates are going to be that much better than what we've experienced already. If we want to get top quality candidates, it requires you have to offer compensation that is something that will attract them. So bear that in mind as we go through the budget, because that's something I think you see across the budget this year, particularly under everything that's going on.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and if I could jump in real quick and finish a comment. I agree with you 100%. But we did pay a director $65,000, and not only one, but several that didn't seem to be panning out. So it's not a salary issue, I don't believe, that's a problem here. I think it's getting the right people to fill the positions, and I trust that the manager will do that and in her next choice. But I would rather see, instead of other contractual supplies at $1 million, I wouldn't be adverse to hiring more people that were competent to do that and give the staff to the Bureau of Elections instead of giving it to an outside concern. I certainly would rather hire more people that are competent and give them a substantial pay raise. But we can't do both. We can't have people getting good salaries and not doing the job either. So I appreciate your insight on that, but that's my feeling.
I don't think I said that you would have people who didn't do the work. I expect that we compensate people that they're able to accomplish the work that's necessary in order to have a successful election. Whatever that takes, and I don't disagree with the fact that, hey, you want to hire more staff? You see the request in the budget. We're going to continue along here, but those are requests that you can honor, or you can decide not to. But those are questions that council has to answer.
But even, Mr. Chair, thanks to state policy, you talk to anybody in the Elections Bureau, the work level increased significantly
I agree.
after that was passed. And again, that's just what happened there. It's,
Yeah, I agree.
it's no reflection on the staff there, the people, the rank and file that do the work in that office. It's a question of politics here at the higher level, the problem in the state, and then we've got federal policies that are inflating everything. So obviously everything is going to go up in the salaries. So again, we're the people that have to react to all this stuff, and we got to go and take it to the taxpayers. It's just not fair. But here we are. So thanks, Mr. Chair.
Unfortunately, nobody ever said it was going to be fair.
No.
All right, we're on the mapping and GSI.
Good evening, everyone. This is Dan Reese. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. So I'm going to start with my little one-page overview of the department. As you all know, the Luzerne County GIS Mapping Department is responsible for managing, maintaining, and providing professional geographic information services to both the general public and numerous internal departments within the county. The primary department function is to maintain the integrity, accuracy, availability of critical enterprise GIS for both county staff and the public. Key to this department's function is to maintain an accurate and up-to-date county map consisting of parcel and ownership information. Additionally, the GIS department provided the following 2021 activities, and this is not all of them, but I just thought I'd highlight some of them. Like I said earlier, we support various county departments with GIS data management and mapping projects, provide municipal boundary updates to PennDOT and the United States Census Bureau to make sure that we're all working on the same page. Situational awareness and places like EMA for GIS data analysis, flood warning response capabilities, DFIRM, which is the federal, oh my gosh, flood insurance rate maps, analysis, and flood mitigation analysis. We've assisted the engineering department with MS4 data collection and analysis projects, and so on and so forth. Going on to my one sheet overview of the department. So for 2021, we had an adopted revenue of $44,000. 2022, that's being decreased slightly to $40,000. 2021 adopted expenses were $322,408, and for 2022, proposed expenses are $328,283. We have 2 non-represented employees and 4 represented, with a merit increase for 2022 of $2,557. And the only real decrease or change over 10% in the department is the online map sales for 6041. For 2021, we had that at $10,000. For 2022, I cut that in half to $5,000 just because there hasn't been the demand for the online mapping portal that was anticipated.
Any questions for Mr. Reese? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Purchasing?
I'm Mary Ann Amesbury. I'm the Director of Purchasing. Purchasing department, we're responsible for bids, RFPs, promoting the purchase orders, placing purchase orders with vendors, and processing invoices for payment. We also check the statements when the invoices come in, call for repairs for county-owned equipment, call vendors to check on orders that were not received in a timely manner. Purchasing has 3 full-time represented staff and 1 full-time non-represented staff. Our 2022 revenue is 0, and our 2022 proposed expenses is $156,610. Wages were 90 in 2021 were $98,447. 2022 requested aid wages is $84,609, with a decrease of $13,838, and that was due to retirement.
Okay, questions for purchasing?
Mr. McGinley?
Mr. Griffin, go ahead.
The only thing I have for Ms. Amesbury is that I just want to thank her for her hard work. I know that department only has 4 people in it, and they do a lot of work for 4 people, and they reduced the budget as well. So and I know the reduction was due to retirements, but a reduction nonetheless. But I want to thank you. You only have like 4 people working there, and that's a lot of work to run a whole purchasing department with just 4 people. So I appreciate the hard work that you do in that office, and thank you very much. I know you a long time, and your office does a phenomenal job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now we're on to information technology.
Well, good evening. This is Mark Morrow. I'm the IT director. The IT department, as you know, is responsible for keeping the entire computer infrastructure of the county government. In the department, our proposed revenue, which is actually reimbursements from the human service agencies and other departments outside of the general fund, we have constant at $365,000. The proposed expenses have increased from $1,453,541 to $2,063,623, and I'll talk about that in a moment. Our position count, we currently have 9 non-represented positions. The county manager is asking that we increase that by 3 to 12 positions. In earlier discussions with the county manager, I had actually suggested that we need to increase the staff by up to 7 positions. in order to do the job the way it needs to be done. And I'll talk about that in a moment as well. I actually did have a presentation for you, but because I was working in elections, I didn't get it at the time. So I'm just going to include some of the highlights in my narrative. I'll start with the help desk. We have two people working on the help desk. And one of them is a supervisor, one of them is a tier 1 tech. The supervisor is has the skill level of a tier 3 technician. In the 11 months of this year so far, from January to November, we have received 9,391 help desk tickets. That's 853 a month, or an average of 37 help desk tickets a day for 2 people to work. Our staff does not include any IT staff that work for the human service agencies, and those help desk staff cannot help us with the help desk needs of the other 725 or so employees that are not in their agencies. So my numbers are based only on what we handle and what we have to work. All right. So we also have one IT security administrator. This is a relatively new position over the last couple of years since we've suffered the cyber attack. I'm just going to talk briefly about a few of the duties performed on a daily basis by this administrator and what they do. They manage the antivirus and review dashboard and logs for all of our antivirus systems. They manage the web filtering system and review dashboard and logs for that as well. They review all of the mobile authentication logs, and they review the tickets generated by our Arctic Wolf security as a service, concierge security service. He also reviews our firewall logs and remediates any issues identified by any of the above systems. Just to talk a little bit about how important this position is. On a monthly basis, just looking at the November status report that I put together for the division head, we're looking at in the neighborhood of 2,000 pieces of malware that have tried to hit our network. This is just the last month, November. 12,287 phishing attempts targeting our users, 153,000 spoofed email messages coming towards us. Or like kind of statistics I have here. Our Arctic Wolf concierge service has, in the month of November, made 484 million observations from various event logs that we generate. Out of all those observations, they've identified 67 things to investigate. So they performed 67 investigations and created 9 ticketed incidents. In November, one of those ticketed incidents was a command and control infection. For anybody familiar with IT cybersecurity, command and control is a virus that allows outside hackers to take control of a computer inside someone's network. Arctic Wolf found that immediately. I notified us immediately, and we immediately disabled that computer and remediated the virus. Without having found that, we could have been on our way to a second cyber attack. So moving on to other things that our security admin does, reviews spam and scam reports and sends alerts out to the staff to be on the lookout for any kind of malicious or scam emails that may be circulating. Also goes and blacklists and scrubs them from our email system. And also process whitelist requests from various staff who need access to certain websites that are blocked by default. He attends conference calls and webinars with Arctic Wolf, with CISA, with CCAP, with the state of Pennsylvania and other entities that have cybersecurity concerns. And he has also, of late, been preparing and producing all the council and ABC virtual meetings, including user coordination and support. Note that this is not part of his job duties. And in fact, managing these virtual meetings is not in the job duties or job descriptions of anyone in the IT department. So at this time, we're taking time away from his other important duties to manage these meetings. And I'll get to what our solution could be in the way of staffing momentarily. So moving on to the infrastructure team, we have 5 members on the infrastructure team. And just to quickly go through, here's what we're responsible for. Responsible for backup monitoring and remediation. We're responsible for server management, server software updates, such as updates to Nuangola, etc. Database server management, data mining and MIS requests from management, Windows patch management, firmware upgrades, network equipment patch management, network adds and changes, network monitoring, troubleshooting and remediation, phone system adds and changes, user on and offboarding, right to know and e-discovery extracts, payroll processing support every other week, and website support. Now, website support is something that is supposed to be managed by each department individually, and they should all be updating their own pages. We had training when we rolled out the website 4 years ago. However, over time, as people leave the county, there's fewer and fewer people who are trained in various departments. So the IT department has been picking up that slack and helping out with more and more departments and website updates, which is creating more workload for us. And we'll talk about what we're doing about that when we get to our expenses. But we did incorporate website management training in our contract renewal with Civic Plus, so that we can have all of our departments trained again and relieve some of that workload from the IT department. We're also in the infrastructure team responsible for workstation administration and configuration, Office 365 and cloud administration, data center management. We do maintain 2 data centers, the main data center and an alternate processing location. Any IT related procurement and support of IT related procurement for all the other departments, vendor access management, the IT vendor management. We manage all of our own vendors and make sure that they're doing what we need them to do and that they're effectively. Network planning for all new locations and renovations, on-call support for system outages. The infrastructure team also handles escalated tier 2 and 3 help desk tickets and has been assisting with tier 1 tickets because of our backlog. In 2014, when I started here, the IT department managed about 12 servers and about 10 terabytes of data. Today, the IT department manages over 80 servers and 135 terabytes of data. It's a huge difference from 7 years ago. Talk a little bit about what I do as the IT director. I manage the staff and do staff development. I provide consultative advice to management and other departments. I provide strategic planning, strategic support for all the other departments in the way of helping out with RFPs, etc. I communicate with all the county departments and act as a business partner and liaison, and I do project management. Now, these first 6 things are really a manager's job and responsibilities. Now I'll go into all of the other things that we do on a regular basis that should be outside the scope of the IT director and should be handled by another position. Project development, coordinate agency 911 and courts projects. Performing capacity management, that is making sure that our SAN systems have enough space to grow into that 135 terabytes of data that we grew into, and that we have the processing power to maintain those 80+ servers and other virtual machines. I directly manage the SAN storage system. I do advanced virtualization configurations. I do all of the budgeting, procurement, and invoice verification. I manage the contract life cycles of our various contractors. I provide election cycle support. I will talk about that in more detail soon. I respond to audit requests and insurance questionnaires. I manage the domain names, BGP, and DNS accounts and configurations. I manage the software licenses. I manage the I perform advanced SQL database scripting and queries. I do all of the agency reimbursement billing. I schedule the ad hoc maintenance windows, and I assist with Tier 3 help desk support. And I provide backup and coverage for all the other infrastructure team members when they're on vacation or when we have vacancies. We do not currently have enough infrastructure team members to be able to cover each other's work when people are out. And I did mention that we do help out with election activities. So I'm just going to briefly explain to you what the IT department does to help out with elections. Prior to the election, our pre-election activities include setting up the poll worker communications tools, generating numerous mail merge and other labels used for the election, setting up courtroom A for the mail-in processing, setting up the election night gallery, connecting all the warehouse equipment, change the phone programming in the elections department, prep the state and CITL systems for election night for their websites and their uploads. We do perform numerous website updates and postings. The elections department is one of the few departments that does not generally do their own updates during the election cycle because they are far too busy during that time to also do postings and other things. We assist with the preparation of judges' bags, and we start daily backups on the Duryea system. On election day, election night, the IT department manages the mail-in canvas process. We process the flashcards from all the polling places. We process downloads from the electronic poll books. We perform the actual canvas on the Duryea system once all the data is loaded after 8 p.m. And we perform multiple uploads to both the PA State and CITL websites. After the election, the IT department converts the courtroom A from mail-in processing to adjudication setup. We assist with the adjudication process. We continue the uploads inside the websites. We produce results reports. We do some quality assurance reviews of the results in the reports. We tear down courtroom A when the job is completed. We tear down the election site gallery. We tear down the networking to the warehouse. We perform numerous website updates and postings post-election, and we provide other assistance and general support and continue daily backups. The IT department is the last one to leave the elections department every night because backups are completed once. The staff time spent in elections for the 2021 general election cycle, I myself have spent over 185 hours working in the election department. Other IT staff add up to about another 220 hours, both pre and post election. This is a total of over 400 hours per election cycle. When I first started here in 2014, one of the first things I did was help out in elections. I worked election night. And for the next several election cycles, that was the extent of it, was working 1 or 2 days before the election to help prepare and working election night and then cleaning up the day after. With mail-in processing and other requirements, this has turned into essentially half of an FTE position, or 800 hours per year for the IT department. So, and I mentioned earlier that I feel that even though the county manager and needing to present a balanced budget felt like we should ask for 3 positions. I'm describing 7 new positions that we need. We need 4 more help desk positions. We need 2 tier 1 help desk positions and 2 tier 2 help desk positions. The ideal ratio of staff to help desk staff, end user staff to help desk staff, is 70 to 1. We have 735 end users. We should have closer to 10 help desk positions. Right now we have 2. I'm asking for a total of 6. And the county manager is asking for 1.5. The county manager asked for 1 additional help desk position and an elections tech position, which helps with the election half the time and helps with the help desk half the time. I believe that we need 2 new general infrastructure positions because the infrastructure team is overworked. Our workload has grown dramatically over the years. And in this past year alone, I've had 2 employees suffer the consequences, the health consequences of the additional stress in the IT department. One is still with us, the other decided to leave. We also need a second IT analyst position. The work that I'm doing, I described to you earlier, the work that I do, and that less than half of it is what the IT director should be doing. The rest of the work that I am doing really should be done by an IT analyst in addition to the 1 position we have, which is currently vacant. And the reason I feel that this is extremely important that we consider that at this time is because at the outset of this meeting, I turned in my resignation letter effective December 16th. I really feel that you will need to hire not only an IT director, but also another analyst to do a lot of the work that I've been doing. That's all I have for the staffing needs. I'll quickly go over the expense increases. Wages non-representative, of course, for the 3 positions we're asking for is an additional $132,000. That's an investment well spent. As I said, I believe that you should be considering 7 new positions, which will increase the budget probably by another $650,000. And hopefully you can find a way to make that happen because the IT department needs to be able to perform the very important job that they do. Under other contractual services, we have an increase of $237,000. The bulk of this is our Arctic Wolf Security as a Service contractor. That's $180,000. That is not a new service. We've had them since the cyber attack. This is the first year that they're being paid out of the general fund budget and included in the 2022 budget. The other increases are an additional $47,000, I believe, for various consultants for both our Cisco network equipment and Microsoft systems to provide subject matter expertise on some projects that need to be accomplished. Also, the Civic Plus contract for the website, as I mentioned earlier, increased by $7,000 for this year, for next year rather, due to our contract renewal and adding, besides just the normal rate increase after 4 years, we've also added in online training to be able to train the staff on how to use the content management system. Under 55048 miscellaneous repairs, that's an increase of about $72,000. Our firewall license renewal is due this year after 5 years of included maintenance with the purchase. That's $40,000 per year. That's going to be an annual expense going forward. And our same thing with our Mitel phone system hardware maintenance renewal. That is another additional $30,000 going forward every year. The other items on here really did not increase substantially. Those two items were the main increases. Repairs, maintenance, software. We have $131,000 increase. The bulk of that again is our Malwarebytes antivirus, which is used on all of our computers. This was paid out of the, I think this was paid with CARES Act money last year, perhaps. So this is a new expense going forward. There's additional requests I had for the ARP Act for the pandemic laptops specifically, and those licenses end at the end of December. So we need to somehow get those renewed, and that's not in the budget. That needs to go through the ARP Act or come up with additional money for general fund. And an additional $40,000 a year is for an Acrobat license. We have identified 500 users in the county who need Adobe Acrobat licenses. We've been able to use the contract through CCAP. That gets us down to about half price for what we would be paying on our own for those licenses. But it's $40,000 a year, and that's something that needed to be added that's new. Our 2015 version of Adobe Acrobat no longer works with the newer feature sets in Windows 10. 56064 meetings, conferences, and trainings. There's only 2 trainings there. Our 1875 really didn't cover either one of them. That was kind of an arbitrary thing last year by the previous administration. But the 2 items are Cisco Training Passport, which allows us to learn new features and new technologies in Cisco network and various other Cisco equipment that we have in firewalls, which will allow us to continue to take on more direct configurations and use some of our consultants, maybe a little bit less. Same thing with the admin training, that's Microsoft-based training, which will allow us to hopefully perform more tasks in-house with the proper staff and rely a little bit less on outside contractors and reserve them for high-level consulting. And I believe that is everything I have in my notes. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. DeMauro?
Yes, Mr. McGinley.
Mr. Irvin first, then you, Mr. Griffith, please.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Tomorrow, I missed how many help desk tickets you did on average a day. How many did you say?
I can't really hear. I
Okay.
can't.
Can you turn
How
on?
many help desk tickets do you do on an average day? I said, I'm sorry. How many help desk tickets do you average a day?
37 months.
And you have how many people that usually do the tickets?
We have 2 people dedicated to help desk. One of them spent a lot of time in elections the last month or so.
I mean, like overall.
One of
The
our
question is how many do the help desk tickets? If you have a staff of 9, 36 tickets a day on average is only like what, about 4 tickets per person per day?
right.
You
Some of
break it
these
down
tickets, some of these tickets are hours and hours worth of work. Some of them are 10 minutes, but some of them are hours. I have one ticket that we've been working on for the coroner because the networking availability down at the records warehouse where the coroner's house is very poor, and we're trying to do something to alleviate that, but that takes months. So we're doing a number of workarounds to try to get them serviced, to try to get them to do the job well, without them having to relocate. And that's, one ticket that is literally days, if not a full week of work. So these are not your quick and dirty. Ticket comes in, I answer a question, or I click a couple buttons and we're done.
I mean, surely you're always going to have some outliers, quite honestly. But there are a lot of tickets that are first call resolution that are handled within minutes. So, I mean, even though you throw all this data out there, I mean, quite honestly, some of these tickets do take time. I mean, I don't know where you draw the line at doing, full blown remote support for somebody at home where they needed to start taking some personal responsibility for their own home network. And you have to draw the line that says, hey, go talk to your ISP, or we get you a hotspot or something, an easy, quick and dirty solution.
Even
quite
that's
honestly, I mean,
a solution.
When I've been in IT for over 20 years myself, and I've actually worked at Frontier before. I've worked at C3I. I know a couple of your staff members are very talented. I actually worked with one or two of your staff members at a particular place. So I know some of their capabilities. And I actually used to work for Dave Parsnick, or with Dave Parsnick years ago. But quite honestly, I mean, you say you have about 80 servers. How many are virtual? How many actual physical servers are you running in this county?
At the moment, there are
physical
right now,
pieces of equipment.
Right. So the virtual servers are run on 6 physical servers.
Okay.
In addition, we have 2 SQL servers and about a dozen thin client hosts, or actually closer to 18, I believe, now. And that doesn't include some of the other servers. The 80 servers I talked about are all virtual servers.
Right. So they're actually just basically instances within the actual box itself. So, so you're looking at 6 physical pieces of equipment and 2 for SQL, and then maybe other thin client units. I mean, you get what I'm saying is that you're throwing all this stuff out there, making it sound like you're at critical mass, but you're really only managing like 6 actual physical boxes and 2 SQL boxes. So that's like 8 main boxes along with the other devices. Infrastructure wise, you could probably deal with 1 or 2 people doing infrastructure. It's not every day that you're going and replacing a server. And then you should also develop some policies and procedures on change management and maybe do things on weekends for upgrades. And, when you take a role in IT in your salary, I mean, you have responsibilities. You don't say it's not my job as the director. It is your job as the director. You're on call 24/7, 365, just like I am. And I'm not a director level person, but I go in when necessary. I got called in over the holiday because the temperature in the room was too high. We had an AC problem. But the fact is that if you train your staff the right way, and then what kind of education are you providing them to advance their careers and maybe facilitate a little bit better processes in this county, so you can take care of these tickets or manage more people as one individual. I mean, the technology exists today. I don't know why you're paying for malware bytes when you can get Windows Defender for a lot less cost, or are you using both of them? Some of these things are duplicative. There are other ways to cut costs without sacrificing quality of service and putting the county at risk. But some of these other third-party vendors are doing your management for you as far as the spam filtering. So all those thousands of numbers that you're throwing out, that's the filter's job, is to do all of that. And I understand there might be 1 or 2 cases that come through that you have to investigate. That's everywhere. I'm at a place where there's 25,000 people. We have probably 15,000 computers. I could do 10 tickets a day myself in an 8-hour day. And some of them are more advanced, and that's being able to multitask. I mean, I think you have talented people that can multitask there. But I don't think you have the policies and procedures down maybe for all these people. How many people in this county are actually technologically savvy or in other departments? And why aren't all the technology people under one umbrella within IT. That includes maybe even GIS, since they're a technological department. You know, or even get engineering involved and have some type of engineer, you know, come in. I mean, obviously you need a network engineer, maybe an analyst, I mean, or a DBA, and really right-size that department with the right mix of individuals, and you'll be able to manage 1,400 people here or 1,500 people. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, right now there's about 100 and maybe over 100 vacancies in this county. But how many people, how many computers are you actually managing in this county too? Because not everybody in this county uses a PC or a laptop. What's your asset count?
Mr. Urban, I really hate to call you out, but
You
absolutely.
can call me out all you want, but I mean,
What
I,
you said.
you know,
Let's keep it
I mean, let's
civil. There's a
I
question there.
can't even
Mr.
answer
Morrow,
this
would you
question.
please answer?
just answer the question.
Makes
It's
no
not
sense.
your job to call me out. It's my job to call you out. You're the one that works for the taxpayers and for this council. Okay? I'm just trying to give you some advice, and you're giving me all these numbers, and I'm just trying to massage the data in my mind. When you tell me there's an average of 36 tickets, and you have 9 people on staff, that's only 4 tickets a day. That's 1 every 2 hours. If they work an 8-hour day. If they're working 7, then it's obviously a little less. But I can do the math.
Okay, let's answer the
So
question.
answer the question, how many physical devices do you have that you support in this county as far as PCs and thin clients?
All the devices that we manage together, PCs, thin clients, network devices, etc., add up to somewhere between 8 and 10,000 units.
How many?
Between 8 and 10,000 units.
8 to 10,000 pieces for a staff of 1,500 people. So you're saying that there's 4 devices per person.
Probably.
Yeah, I'm not counting mice and keyboards. I'm counting the actual physical box or a laptop, the actual device that you're going to support.
Well, we support desktops, we support laptops, we support thin clients, we support the thin client host, we support all the servers, both physical and virtual. Virtual servers are not free of maintenance.
I
We support
understand
all the telephones, we support all the Cisco routers, we support all the Cisco switches, we support all the firewalls, and the list goes on. You know, so yeah, there are quite a few devices per person.
Sure. Phones don't break every day, though.
Okay. You have another
But
question,
we do
Mr.
get tickets for the phones almost every day, whether it's an add,
Yeah.
move, change, or repair. Yes.
I can
you
change a
see
phone
the
line
same
in 2
phone
minutes.
every day, but you're sitting there in this room doing armchair quarterbacking.
I do
And
the same
you have
job
no
that you
idea
do every
what's
single
actually
day.
happening in the thing. Yeah.
Okay, let's not, that's not the discussion. We're
I mean,
working
quite
on the budget.
honestly, you know, I mean, if you're talking about cell phone devices, that should be personal responsibility. That should be on the end user. You shouldn't be supporting somebody's home device because of liability issues. If it's their home network, they should go out and seek their own assistance from their own ISP. You know, I mean, the way you think, you know, you think that I'm trying to be adversarial with you, but I work for a billion, you know, multi-billion-dollar corporation, which has 25,000 people, and you're only working for 1,400, 1,500 people with less devices. When I worked at Frontier locally, I had 1,500 or 1,100 people.
Do you have other
So
questions? on the
what I'm
budget,
saying
Mr.
is that, you know, the physical devices themselves is one thing. But when you're talking virtual, which are devices within the actual environment, yes, yeah, you do have to maintain them. But they're on 1 physical piece of equipment or 6 physical pieces of equipment, which is really, when you look at it, is not that much to maintain at that point in time. That stuff doesn't break every single day if you maintain it properly.
Well,
I mean,
and
server-
again, you're
usually when you
really
put a server
looking
in-
at it from a hardware perspective. There's no sense in us having this discussion. You have no concept of how to manage.
Okay,
Well,
all
you know,
right, let's,
that's fine, Mr. Moore. I'll be glad when
Thank
you're
you.
gone.
Mr. Griffith, you have the podium.
Okay, thanks, Mr. McGinley. Mr. Morrow, did you say you're handing in your resignation?
Yes,
And what's the effective date?
December 16th.
Okay. The other question I have for you is, the meeting tonight, what was the situation? Why are there a lot of people that could not get the right information for the meeting tonight on a website? What happened there?
Well, I mean, essentially, if you've paid attention to the presentation, you'll know that the workload in the IT department is extremely high. As I said, I have two infrastructure staff that suffered health consequences because of it. And now we're saddled with the additional responsibility of running these meetings by somebody who doesn't have as much experience as Jared did. And you'll remember that when Jared first started doing these meetings, there was a lot of hiccups. When Barry started running the meetings, there was a lot of hiccups. I don't see how you cannot expect any hiccups when we put a new person on, especially someone whose job it doesn't include producing virtual meetings.
Well, I mean, and why are we still getting emails from Barry Koch?
I'm not sure. It must be the way it's set up in the Zoom system. I don't know if Matt is using Barry's login to create them. So that's something.
So you're the IT director, and you don't have an answer to that question. You don't have an answer as to what happened with the website. You're the one that's overseeing the department. Okay. The only concern, and this isn't a budgetary thing, I'm certainly not going to support adding 3 more people when we just gave you a position last year. But the concern that I have here is, first of all, you put in a budget to the manager with 3 people in it. You turned around and without telling anybody, you decided you needed 3 more. Unless you haven't read the charter, that's a function of the manager, not a function of the division head or the department head. So if you were going to add positions, that's something that Ramilda needed to put in, or the acting county manager, I'm sorry, Ms. Kokomo. So when I read the paper today and it says that you added, it says there's 3 more positions than the acting county manager requested in her budget. And I see in there that you also requested 3 positions in the newspaper. That's not how the function is. So that's disturbing, should be disturbing to every member of this council who approved the home rule charter. It takes that power away from the division head and the department head and gives it clearly to the manager who sets the budget. So I don't know where you thought somewhere along the line that you have the authority to add 3 positions without checking with anybody. Maybe that came from the same place where you thought the authority came from to hire the consultant to do the virtual meetings without the manager's approval. I don't know. But clearly, I think we have a problem here. I think we have a real problem with some of the things that you're telling us. You took 15 minutes or 10 minutes to tell us how hard your department works, yet we can't even set up a web page properly. I mean, I have a real concern, and I just think that the process is broken here in this department. Did you do an RFP or a bid on the Civics Plus page, the web page?
Yes.
You did do an RFP.
Mm-hmm.
For the new contract that you just approved for next 3 years.
No, that contract was renewal.
No, this is a new contract for 3 years. That's it added on. So you, just because it's a renewal, you're not going to do an RFP to see if we get the best price. Because anybody could do the web page now. The first contract was to set up the web page. The $400,000 or $250 or whatever number it was that the council approved back in the day. But we don't have to continually stay with Civic Plus. And quite honestly, Civics Plus, if they're running our webpage, I don't think they should be doing it, because you can't find anything on that webpage. Are they doing it or are we doing it?
We manage the content on the website. Civic Plus and the original contract converted all the data that we gave them, the information from the original website we had that was horrible, as well as all the information that we gathered from all the departments, and they put together the website. I have no problem finding anything on the website. There's 3 different ways to find things. You can search, you can go through the menus, or you could follow the links. Yeah,
but you're an IT guy. The general public has a hard time, and that page is for the public. So I don't want to take up a lot of council's time on a lot of stuff. I'll just close my comment. I mean, I know the budget is what the budget is, and we can obviously do whatever we need to do on the county side. I just find that the insubordination of you as the director of the IT department is nothing short of reckless and frightening. And that's my closing statement. Thanks, Mr. McGinley.
And the only response I have to that is nothing against the charter. And with respect to the website renewal contract, that was reviewed and okayed by the solicitor. With respect to asking for 7 additional positions versus 3, I believe that I have a duty to let leadership know what the situation really is in the county. Ramilda, or the acting county manager, was originally on board with 6 positions and then cut that to 3 because she needed to balance the budget and not have a tax increase. That's my understanding anyway. But I would be remiss and ignoring my duty if I did not at least let leadership know that this is what is actually needed. Whether or not you decide to act on that is council's decision. So I'm not usurping anything.
Well, I will just say that, you know, your duty is also to make sure that the webpage works and all that other stuff, but you're real adamant about your duty to tell us how bad you need extra help. So I appreciate your comments, and I certainly don't understand why you don't think you usurped the charter by adding 3 positions without going through the budget process and just coming to council. That's a manager function. So if you don't understand that, maybe you need to read the charter, I guess. Thanks, Mr. McGinley. I appreciate it.
All right.
If I may, I want to thank Mr. Tomorrow for his work for the county, and I wish him well in all of his future endeavors. I do want to say publicly that his staff, who I will call the foot soldiers, do a very good work. They're responsive. They take the calls. They try to help. I know just the individual who does the help desk, he does 50% of the help desk himself. He does the phone system, the remote work, the offsite work, and various application deployment. So we have, one staff member who does all that, and I appreciate all of their work. Just for the record, it was in early October that I was advised by Mr. Tomorrow that he did want 6 additional staff. We went through a list. A matter of fact, I think it's a list that the spreadsheet that he provided at a previous meeting, and we reviewed it, and with the acting division head, Angela Gavlik, and Brian Sweats. And I unequivocally told him that 6 additional staff members was not workable. I am actually in the process of reaching out to CCAP, and I received a response. They will be coming in and doing an assessment of the IT department. And I've also asked the controller to do an audit to review the contracts and the invoices that for the last, I believe, 2 or 3 years. And if she cannot complete it, I will ask the controller-elect, Councilman Griffith, to continue on with the audit. IT is essential for the workings of the county. I understand there are certain software, there's certain programs that we need to upgrade. We will do that, but we will do that in the process that's outlined in the charter. We'll do it through bidding, RFPs. The contracts will be processed through the Office of Law to review it for legality. Budget and Finance will monitor the monies that are spent, and council will be made aware of each step. It may get to a point that I may request from council that an IT committee be set up so that we make sure that the workings are efficient, that and that everybody is aware of what can be done and how we can make the processes easier for the staff, the IT staff, and the county staff as well. One of the suggested changes that we will make to the election board is actually to reduce the involvement of the IT department in the election process. There are certain times when they do have to be there, election night. There are other times when other staff members it can take over and actually do the work. So again, I want to, on behalf of the county, thank Mr. DeMauro for all the work that he did. And I wish him all the happiness and success in the future.
Mr. McGinley, I'm sorry.
Mr. Griffith, what's?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the manager if she has any idea where the 35,000 for PTC will come from for the virtual meeting consultant that recently resigned from the county as a contractor that was not budgeted money. Do we have the money for that, or is that going to come from another a place that we need to know?
I don't believe we have that amount of money in the IT budget. I'll defer to budget and finance to that.
Let Brian or whoever get that information and provide that out to council.
Sure, we will get that to you.
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. DeMauro, please. You indicated in your narrative that there were some costs that would be first-time costs in the general budget. Where had they been paid for before?
That I do not know the answer to. It was my assumption that they came from elsewhere within the division, but I do not have that information.
So you think it came from some other source in some other division?
No, my assumption was it came from within the Division of Administrative Services, but I do not have that directly.
If it would have come from the Division of Administrative Services, it would have been part of the general budget. So.
Right, but not part of the IT. It was not originally part of the IT department budget is what I was trying to convey.
Okay. The other thing is, you mentioned, I think earlier on too, in your narrative, that there's no one who has an assignment for virtual meetings. Obviously, with the certain situations that we're dealing with now and going forward, I think that, you know, virtual meetings are going to become part of the normal meeting schedule. And I believe that is probably something that whenever they review the job descriptions, et cetera, that's probably something that has to be reviewed. Make sure that, you know, that's included somehow so that people understand that that's part of their work situation. I would appreciate if someone, as they get through that, would understand.
May I comment that it's not just adding that item, but adding shift work because these meetings occur in the evening, which is a problem for many current employees with families.
No, I understand that part, but we have to make sure that that's included. Obviously,
Right.
I don't think it's changing. I think you're going to see more as we go forward, but that should be part of something that's included. Okay, thank you. Licensing, Ms. Gavlik.
Yes, licensing. Proposed expenses for 2022, $63,582. There are 2 rep employees in that department. There are no changes to revenues or expenses for 2022.
Okay. A little slight decrease in the proposed expenses. Is that because somebody retired and there's a new person who came in at a starting salary or whatever?
Yes.
Okay. Questions for licensing? Thank you. Insurance and benefits.
Insurance and benefits, proposed expenses for 2022 is 2.9. There are no revenues. Under expenses, we did have a change to our property and auto insurance. Like with most insurances, there was an increase. So the 2022 for insurance property is $469,224. For auto insurance, it's $126,816.
Okay. Questions regarding insurance and benefits?
Mr. McGinley, could I ask just how many vehicles are we covering with our auto insurance and how much of an increase is that per vehicle? Could you give me an idea on that, please?
Councilman Griffith, I'll have to get back to you on that. I don't have the total number, but I can get it for you and email it.
That's fine. That's fine. I appreciate that very much. Thank you.
Okay. The Convention and Visitors Bureau.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alan Stout. I'm the Director of the Luzerne County Visitors Bureau. I've been in the position since July 6th. The Luzerne County Convention and Visitors Bureau, or Visit Luzerne County, as we prefer to call it, is a destination marketing organization. Its goal and its mission is to attract more visitors and events to Luzerne County. This includes leisure travelers, motor coach groups, sporting events, family reunions, meetings and conventions, all of which generate overnight lodging for a destination. Billions of direct and indirect revenue and taxes are generated into the state and local economy due to the prevailing marketing expertise of Pennsylvania's Convention and Visitors Bureaus. Tourism is the second largest industry in the state of Pennsylvania. The primary funding source for the Visit Luzerne County is derived from the hotel tax, which hotel guests pay for lodging. Luzerne County hotel tax is 5%, of which 80% goes to the Mohegan Sun Arena and 20% to the Visitors Bureau. No tax county dollars or funds the Visitors Bureau. A Convention and Visitors Bureau is designed to provide information to tourists, the local community, and to the media. Our office does this via our expensive annual visitors guide, our website, and our active social media. We are also open to the public 5 days per week. Our 2021 adopted revenue was $695,217. Our 2022 proposed revenue is $794,533. Our 2021 adopted expenses were $695,275, and our proposed expenses are $794,533. We have 5 non-rep full-time employees, 0 non-rep. Our merit increase for 2022 is $3,310. The changes that you'll see to our budget, which are on the sheet, are all entirely reflective of being in the COVID-19 situation last year and coming out of it. Everything from the hotel room tax, the adopted budget in 2021 was $350,000. Our requested is $538 for next year. That's a $188,000 increase. The reason for that was obviously that there was a significant decrease in revenue collected from the hotel tax in 2020 and early 21 due to COVID-19. But we are rebounding. The numbers are leveling off. They're back to 2019 right now. And we are expecting, a return to our normal numbers in 2022. The membership revenue for 2021 was $15,000. For this year, it's $30,000. That's an increase of $15,000. That's because we did not collect membership fees during COVID-19 in 2021. We are resuming the collection of member fees now for our visitors guide that we're working on for 2022. Advertising, the 2021 adopted was $2,500. We're requesting $24,000. That's an increase of $21,500. This is due to the ads that will be placed in our visitors guide, which was not published earlier this year. And so that's revenue that we can expect to return as things return to normalcy. And we do have a new visitors guide coming out next year. The expenses, You'll see a travel expense in 2021, it was $10,000. For 2022, it's $21,850. That's an increase of $11,750. The reason for that, obviously, is travel was cut in 2021 and most businesses and consumer shows were canceled. We will be returning to such conferences next year. Advertising, 72,900. Requested 100,525. That's an increase of 27,625. Many of the trade publications that we would traditionally advertise in did not publish last year, or we chose not to advertise due to less travel, but we will be resuming that advertising next year. The promotions budget in 2021, it was $212,836. We're requesting $227,890. That's an increase of $15,054. Many of the events that the Visitors Bureau traditionally sponsors did not happen last year, and those events will be resuming next year. And so all these increases are really much just a sign of a return to normalcy. And the last item, I believe, is the printing, which was $10,000 last year, and that's up $52,750. That's an increase of $42,200. That is directly really because of the Visitor's Guide, which we did not publish last year. It's our most important marketing tool. We have it distributed all throughout the state of Pennsylvania, and we will be resuming and publishing a new one early next year. And so that obviously is the reason for the increase in printing.
Questions for Mr. Stout? Thank you, Mr. Stout.
Thank you.
Last, is that community development?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, everyone. This is Andy Riley, the Executive Director of the Office of Community Development. I'm here to present my budget for 2022. I'd like to give you a brief synopsis of what the Office of Community Development is about. The mission of the Luzerne County Office of Community Development is the development of viable communities through the provision of decent housing, a suitable living environment, and expanded economic opportunities that will lead to an improved quality of life for Luzerne County residents. The Office of Community Development carries out its mission primarily through 3 federally funded housing and urban development programs. The first is CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant Program. That program is designed primarily to benefit low and moderate income persons through eligible activities such as public services, housing, economic development, and public facilities and improvements to municipal infrastructure. Funds are governed by the federally Community Development Block Grant regulations, and all CDBG funded activities must meet at least one of 3 statutory objectives: primarily benefit low to moderate income persons, eliminate slums or blight, or meet another urgent community development need that is an immediate threat to the health and welfare of individuals. The second program is the Home Investment Partnership Program, or HOME. The HOME program is a block grant program designed exclusively to produce affordable housing for low-income families. The third program is the Emergency Solutions Grant Program, or ESG. The ESG program is a federal grant that provides funding to assist with the rapid rehousing of homeless persons, street outreach, homelessness prevention, and emergency shelter activities. All revenues are received from federal grants, and all expenditures are funded through these grants. There is no general fund contribution made to the Office of Community Development at all. We currently have 10 employees, 5 represented, 5 non-represented. One of the things I'd like to highlight is the fact that several years ago, HUD asked us to spend down the balance of our revolving loan fund, approximately $15.7 million, in the BDLP fund that was earmarked for infrastructure projects throughout Luzerne County. Approximately $11.1 million has been spent to date. And through the infrastructure program, we have funded nearly $5 million to county-owned roads and bridges. That is a direct contribution from this office to the county, working with obviously the county manager and the operations department, Eddie O'Neill, and the engineers in his department. I know one issue that has come up at public meetings over the last several months is the UDAG fund. Currently, there's approximately $6.7 million in the UDAG fund, which are proceeds from the defunct federal program. It is still being held in reserve in the event that HUD orders the county to repay economic development activities. This fund is not represented in the budget because we have to present a balanced budget. At this point, we have no intention of having any expenditures to the UDAG monies, and so you don't see it in the New World system. In terms of what I present here with the revenues and expenditures, I know you'll see a dip in some revenues and a dip in expenditures throughout the various programs, but you have to please keep in mind that we have several years open at once. So depending on the timing of when we receive the grants and when communities and subrecipients spend those dollars, there was fluctuations from year to year. Other than that, there are not any major issues in regards to the budget. Obviously, we've also received some COVID related funds. We received over $3 million in CDBG funding, 1.9 million in ESG, and 2.5 million in home. And we've been able to fund many of our social service agencies, including the food bank, expansion, the domestic violence service center expansion is on the books. And so we've been very successful in helping out many of our partners in the community. So at this time, I'd like to open it up for questions.
Questions for Mr. Riley? Go ahead.
Mr. Riley, in reference to the UDAG money, because that does come up a lot from Mr. Rabo, it has to be held, you said, and is there any kind of a term on that? How long has to be held?
Excuse me, could Leanne speak up? It's very hard to hear.
To say, thank you. I said to Mr. Riley, with the UDAG money, I said a lot of questions come up from Mr. Rabo about this, and you said that the money has to be held. And I'm wondering if there's a term or how long it has to be held. You know, if we have that money just sitting there, do they give you any kind of an idea of a term on it?
No, it's been approximately 8 years since HUD notified us that we would have to pay the money back for the Hotel Sterling project. We responded at that time. It was County Manager Lawton who was in the seat at that time. We responded that we did not think that was proper. We had no intentions of paying it back, and we obviously argued our case. I remember going before the very first county council at the time and telling them it would be years before this issue is resolved. And here we are 2 years later, and the issue is still not resolved. You know, we are keeping this money obviously as an insurance policy in case HUD does say we have to pay it back. I'm hoping at some point they say that the matter is closed and you can move forward and not have to pay it back. They may be waiting and watching what happens on the Sterling site to see if that project's going to move forward. Obviously, there's a developer that's been selected and they're hoping to have a job creating project there in the near future. But COVID obviously has complicated that, and there's just a wait and see approach. And that's basically been HUD's position for a number of years.
Thank you about that, but yeah, it seems that, I don't know if that would be left up to a new county manager or the new council to be able to try to get something, a definite answer on that maybe?
Well, I mean, we do communicate with HUD on a regular basis, and in correspondence, they continually say they have not moved up their position, and then we respond and say, well, we have not moved off our position. So there's been a bit of a stalemate. That's basically where it stands.
Okay, thank you.
There's also, let me also be clear. There's also not a definitive opinion from legal counsel with regard to what can be done with these UDEC funds. Whether they would have to be only expended on eligible community development activities, or they could be expended on any general government expense. So that's really another issue that we're in the process of trying to tackle. We've had outside legal counsel looking into the matter, and in discussions with them, I don't have a final opinion, but there's certainly a gray area there.
Okay, Mr. Haas?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Good to see you, Mr. Riley. Thanks for coming, Andy. Regarding this UDEG money, I remember Stephen A. Urban talking about this UDEG money years ago as well.
Harry, can't hear you.
Again, we got a microphone problem.
Sheila, how's that? Is that better?
Better.
Okay, I just remember Stephen A. Urban talking about this years ago too, this UDEG money. And I thought at the time that it was determined that you can't use HUD funds to pay back expended HUD funds. So how does that shake out, Andy? Was that brought up in these negotiations or the dialogue, whatever's going on between Luzerne County and HUD?
That is something that we are corresponding with legal counsel on.
Okay.
We believe at the very least, we could put that funding back into our revolving loan account, and that would act as repayment. So I'm fairly certain of that. Legal counsel's fairly certain of that. The larger issue, as I said previously, is whether these funds could be used for general government expense. And that's a question that again is still being researched.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Rabo sent me the 156-page document about how it's expended, how you can expend in the appropriate expenditures. So I just don't understand that holdup with something like that. I can kind of understand the first issue with the repayment, but I remember when we got that Sterling site mitigated, Wilkes-Barre City swept in, declared an emergency, swept in, they remedied the place and they got paid for it. And here we are, Luzerne County 8 years later. I'm just having a hard time understanding why it's so slow, why we can't move this forward. I mean, furthermore, this administration loves spending money. Can somebody talk to the Biden administration and get them to move on this? Somebody with more political savvy than I have to say, hey, look, this is $6 million. This could really help out the people of Luzerne County. I just don't understand why we have to go through the court system where it's there for a good intention to help out people, to help out our communities. They're clearly struggling around here with our blight infrastructure issues. How can we get this ball moving? Does it take more of a political act? Does it take a phone call? What can we do exactly here?
Well, we've had discussions with staff, with congressional staff, and so I think we'll pick that back up again and see if we can move it forward.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful. I mean, we're talking. Go ahead, Andy, I'm sorry.
I'll work with the county manager to set up meetings with the delegation and see if we could move it forward.
Yeah, because I mean, being on that first council, I remember that discussion, and I remember Bob Lawton talking. It was a good faith effort. I mean, CityVest was the developer of last resort. There were a lot of issues at stake there, and that property. Again, I think there were a lot of good intentions there to take care of that. So I just don't understand why we can't, why politicians from all different angles can't move on this. This is the people's money sitting there doing absolutely nothing for now we're looking at 8 years almost now. So, yeah,
Well, I mean,
maybe one of the, go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's been part of our argument all along, that we've had a tremendously successful revolving loan fund since the 1980s, where we've helped create over 17,000 jobs. Many of the industrial parks, if not all of the industrial parks that have been built throughout Luzerne County, were started with the seed money provided by the revolving loan fund through this office. And so, you know, we've had very, very few failures with that program. Now, this was a large failure, and we understand that. But again, everyone at the time was on board. Everyone understood that this was a site that needed to be redeveloped. It's one of the entrance points into the county seat. And as you said, good faith efforts were made. Unfortunately, we had the Great Recession, and a developer was unable to be found for the site. And so it ended up being a failure. But the fact that when you're dealing with economic development, obviously there are no guarantees, and you will have a failure every now and again. But I thought that our previous track record that had been exceptional would be enough to carry us forward and allow HUD to say, okay, this is one that we're going to write off. They did not, and so that's where we are at this stage.
Yes, well, you know, I appreciate that too, and I agree with a lot of what you said. I think there are a lot of things to celebrate, but now, you know, here we are 8 years later, and $6 million just isn't worth what $6 million was worth 8 years ago. So now it's probably worth like 4 million, for God's sakes. So the longer we sit on this, the less value we're going to see out of this money. I mean, work your magic with HUD, you know, knock on whatever doors you can. I fully support that, but not have any movement either way is just not an option as far as I'm concerned. We really need to get moving on this.
I'll do my best.
Thanks. Thank you. Oh,
go
ahead, Walter. I got another one too.
Question?
Go ahead, Ms. Saban, go ahead.
Okay, Andy, I'm sorry. I came into the meeting late and I did not have the paperwork for me today, but with your area, have you put any costs in there for, are you planning on moving this year to the new site?
No, we have not had any discussions with regards to moving. In fact, we've put more money into the existing building. We've painted. We're now looking at new carpeting. We've done work to the roof. I know initially there was some very early discussion about potentially moving us to another location, but at this point, you know, it has been nothing more than just initial discussion. So we're moving forward as though we are staying, unless I'm told otherwise.
Okay, so the discussion regarding moving over to Market Square or anything like that is at a.
That's for the tourist group.
Pardon?
That's for the tourist group.
Okay.
The ones around
Secondly,
Public Square.
okay, well, I know that. The second thing is, on the UDAG funds, do we collect interest on them? Are they in interest-bearing accounts or?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you. Thank you. Andy, it's Mr. Griffith. How are you?
Hi, Mr. Griffith.
Good. Andy, I just have a couple questions about this UDAG money, and I know we could beat this thing to death for like every meeting, it seems. Has there ever been an actual correspondence from the Office of Law sent to HUD or to Nadab Bynum up in Philadelphia to say, you have a time frame to tell us whether we could use this money or you can't, or render an opinion based on our contention that we're not eligible or we don't have to pay this money back? Has that letter ever been drafted by the Office of Law and sent down to HUD?
No.
So for 8
no.
Okay, so for 8 years, we haven't had a legal correspondence with the federal government to say, how are we going to spend this, or what are we going to do with this $6.5 million, correct?
No.
Okay.
Well,
So how are we going to ever get a resolve to this if we don't get any kind of official correspondence to them other than, I know you talk to HUD on a pretty regular basis because that's what you do. I mean, they talk to you all the time about CBDG money and all that, but why haven't we sent an actual letter from the Office of Law stating, give us an opinion of where our case sits, and if you don't give us something in a certain amount of days, we're going to take that $6 million and use it.
Well, we haven't done that for two reasons. One is we have our own legal counsel researching that issue so that when the issue comes before HUD, we're prepared with our own research to tell HUD what we've discovered. Many of what is being considered goes back 30, 40 years. And so even some of the HUD documents regarding this defunct program are no longer readily available. Number two, we're really talking about two separate issues. One is the Sterling Hotel and whether we're going to have to pay that money back. Two is the UDAG money. And the UDAG money is being held, obviously, as I said, as an insurance against HUD's decision on the Sterling project. So until we get the answer on the Sterling project, the UDAG money really needs to sit where it is. If we're going to be prudent, otherwise, HUD then has no choice if they rule against us ultimately, but to take our funds from next year and perhaps 5 years, take a slice of our funding over the next 5 years and decrease it. And that would be a significant blow to our municipalities and our social service partners. So to your point, Walter, I think the main issue really is moving the Sterling decision forward and getting that decision. We are on the same track trying to get a definitive written opinion from legal counsel on the UDAG money. So then we can go to HUD and say, this is what we'd like to do. This is the legal research that we've discovered, and this is how we want to move forward. As you see with the Sterling project, 8 years, okay, still no definitive decision. If I was just to write a letter to HUD and say, what can I do with this UDAG money? They're going to, first of all, no decisions are made in the regional office in Philadelphia. Almost everything of consequence is kicked up to headquarters in Washington, D.C. So I don't know how long it would take for me to get a definitive answer on UDAG funds if I just throw the question out there without a strategy to go to HUD and say, this is our legal opinion from legal counsel that have researched this over the course of the last 12 to 18 months. So I think that's the proper course of action in trying to figure both issues out. And that's what we've been doing. Now, to Councilman Haas's point, sure, we can start to go back to some of the elected officials and say, let's push HUD on the decision regarding the Sterling. Maybe they'll write it off. And then we'll be sitting with $6.7 million in UDAG money, and we can move forward on that with our legal opinion.
Do we have a law firm working on making a legal opinion or a legal argument as to how come what our status is on that whole situation, or is this? I mean, we just spent about $50,000-$60,000 on a legal firm for the district attorney's race. I don't see why we can't find a legal firm in the past 8 years that can draft an opinion or an argument as to why we should be entitled to keep our $6 million and that we're not obligated to pay back that money.
We have Elliott and Greenleaf attorney Roger Harrington, who's been excellent in this. He's filed actually right-to-know requests with the federal government, looking for old HUD memos. I cannot, I certainly can't criticize what he's done so far, but it's not something he's working on every day either. And quite frankly, we're not calling him every day because we're trying to see what the decision is going to be ultimately on the Sterling site. Now, I also was hoping that there would be more progress on the Sterling site. And I think there certainly would have been if not for COVID. Unfortunately, the price of lumber and the price of steel has made that project, negligible at this point because they can't make the numbers work, due to, the current price of building products. And so everything has kind of been thrown into a state of unknown because of COVID and because of other issues as well. So that's where we are. I mean, and I don't, obviously we'll put pressure on our elected officials, as I said, to try and move HUD and then we can go from there.
Okay, well, when I look through New World, I don't see a whole lot of money being spent through Elliott, Greenleaf, and Dean on this particular matter. So I don't know how much the attorney's actually working on it at the moment. And I appreciate the fact that you say he's not working on it every day. But can we use the UDAG money or the UDAG money to pay CDBG money? Can we use that for that if they render an opinion that says we're obligated for that? Because that was the Hotel Sterling was CDBG money, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
So can we use the UDAG money to pay that if we are actually obligated to pay it back?
Well, what we would do is we would take the UDAG money and deposit it into our business development loan fund. That would act as the money being returned.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Andy. I appreciate the insight on that. I know it's been eight years, and next year we're looking at probably debt service that's going to go up, and I certainly would hope we have a decision. So possibly, if we could get a decision how we could use that money, we can use some of it to try and offset some of a tax increase for the people in the county. So thanks for the insight. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, it's a very complicated issue, and we'll put an extra push on to get definitive answers.
Mr. Chair. Hey, Andy, unrelated couple issues too. We talked last meeting about the upcoming settlement with the proceeds from the Ashley project, the Ashley Yard project, and it looks like the closeout on that Jenkins TIF that happened last year. Could you update council on those two initiatives?
Well, first of all, that's under the Luzerne County Redevelopment Authority.
Okay,
that's a completely different organization, okay. but I certainly will update you. The Ashley Yard project has not moved forward due to Ashley Borough Council not approving the designation from residential to commercial. So it's a zoning issue. So I don't know what will happen there. I don't know if the developer will still purchase the property or move in another direction.
Okay. All right. Thank you. How about the Jenkins TIF as well?
There's really no money available through the Jenkins TIF that would come back to the county.
Okay. So that was just between the other two taxing bodies then, or?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's no funds. It's not like the Highland Park TIF where there was a large residual amount of funds due to the third phase not moving forward, and so there was a refund due to the taxing bodies. That Jenkins is not in the same position as that.
Okay. So it just worked out how it was supposed to when the development happened, and we're on our way basically.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hey, thanks, Andy. Thanks so much.
Okay. Next Tuesday night, we'll set the budget amendments regarding the administrative services because we haven't talked about them this evening. So that's an opportunity for people. So if anybody's interested in doing that, the board goes by Thursday afternoon. We'll move down to number 2. That's the lease agreement for the domestic relations building located across the street from the courthouse. Mr. Heinmarsh had mentioned this when we talked about the budget reports. You see the lease agreement there in front of you. Craig prepared the information. Mr. Highmark is not available this evening, unfortunately, because he had a family emergency. So if you have other questions that he has to answer, email him and he'll get back to you. Any questions regarding that lease agreement? It's there in front of you with the lease agreement, and you can see the information provided by Attorney Craig. Okay, public comment, Mr. Griffith. In the special meeting? Yeah. Yeah, there's an opportunity for public comment there too.
Good evening, council, fellow citizens, Greg Griffin, Wilkes-Barre Area Citizens Flight Committee, and member of the People's Road Committee. Real quick on mapping, the gentleman was talking about mapping, and I think it's a good source for new revenue if we can find these ghost properties that are not on the tax rolls. And I think part of the mapping process is they take pictures of properties.
Yes, they do. They take pictures.
And so I think they're doing a great job. We have to increase their services, whatever they need to do. Because there are properties that are not on the tax rolls. And I think through mapping, expediting that department a little bit, it'll be cost effective. We have to find new streams of revenue in order to keep the budget where the taxpayer is able to afford it. But I think it's great that we invest in mapping. We find these ghost properties, people putting up these buildings, and the assessor's office, council has to check with the assessor's office and ask them, like, what are you doing? Are you finding these properties that are not on the tax rolls? Because taxpayers that are paying, they want a fair shake of it. Everyone has to pay their fair share, and you can't put up properties that are not on the tax rolls. So mapping, I think, is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Other members of the public?
Mr. McGinley, this is Mark Rabo speaking.
Go ahead, Mr. Rabo.
Thank you, Mr. McGinley. With regards to the UDAG money, I'd like to thank the members of council for their questions and Mr. Riley for his answers on the UDAG money. I hope the acting county manager, along with the Office of Law, and encouraged by members of council and the acting county manager, can expedite the answer by HUD to finally, once and for all, answer the resolve this issue with regards to the $6.5 million for UDAG money that can be used for our infrastructure in regards to our counties and the roads and bridges and all infrastructure projects that it could help, and as well as any kind of blight that could be remediated throughout the county. Also, with respect to what Mr. Hawes said about the Jenkins TIF, I understand that the Jenkins TIF is a $1.4 million project that was ended in 2017, but it's still under the purview of the taxing bodies to close out that project if the project has been completed. So I, as a member of the board, along with the other board members, shall look into this and see what is left over from the taxing bodies. Also, with regards to the Ashley rail yards, yes, Mr. Riley's correct on the zoning issue, but it was put into the redevelopment authority budget that was approved on Tuesday, November 16th. So I think that, and I do believe any monies that is sold or that is gotten from the sale of that property must be going back to the county as part of the monies owed from under the commissioners for the rail for the purchase of the rail lands. So I would like to point those things out to council and hope that this council or the new council can look into these matters for our revenue that would benefit Luzerne County residents and our infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other members of the public?
Mr. McGinley, Jason Carr from Sailorsburg,
Go ahead,
Pennsylvania.
Mr. Carr.
Oh, thank you. Mr. McGinley, Chairman McGinley, earlier tonight, you made a statement that you need to pay people at the highest levels to receive.
No, that was not my statement.
The best, what did you say? The best quality candidate. Is that true or not? Or what did you say?
You misstated my statement.
Okay. So what did you say, Mr. McGinley?
Well, go ahead, Mr. Carr. You have the podium. You have the floor.
So let me just tell you. So I heard what you contradicted yourself. I heard what you said today. And earlier or last week in the newspaper, you stated that you only wanted to list the manager, the county manager's position at $135,000. Now, whether you have limited life experiences or haven't lived outside of the area, $135,000 is really a small amount of money to attract the best possible candidates for Luzerne County manager. I think many people agree in the general public, as well as many people on council that sit there tonight, that would say Luzerne County cannot afford 5 more years of a David Pedri. So how do you rationalize advertising a position for $135,000 for a job as significant as Luzerne County manager? Thank you.
Okay. Any other members of the public? We have a motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
just what we were talking about.
Mr. McGinley?
litigation.
Yes.
This is Lisa. Pruitt. I'm Director of Domestic Relations. I'm actually here on, I know Paul is not available tonight, but I'm here to actually speak to the second agenda item on the lease, if I may.
Okay, I didn't know you were on. Go ahead, man. Thank you.
Okay. I'm actually, I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'm asking council's authorization to allow the city manager. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
That the council authorizes the manager to execute a lease between the county and Luzerne County Domestic Relations for an additional year. As you know, we currently rent the 2 floors of the Berminski building, and our lease expires on December 31st of this year. We're looking for a renewal for the 2022 year from January 1st until December 31st. We currently pay $33,707.17 a month. As you know, we are state mandated. So our costs are based on our total claimable costs, which are set by the county's cost allocation plan. So for this year, this year 2022, our total claimable costs would be $449,179, which would mean that our monthly lease would be $37,431.58. That's an increase per month of $3,724.41, or $44,692.92 annually. So we're seeking the council's
was
approval.
included in the agenda submittal, but thank you for pointing that out.
Does anyone have any questions?
If they do, we'll email them to you, please, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm just,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
I was just saying, regarding the litigation with the DA election, can we answer Attorney Agonisio either way?
We're going to have an executive session next Tuesday night.
All right, I was just gonna say, if we need
have a discussion in regards to that, and then the answer will be given to the attorney.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay. We have a motion for adjournment.
So move, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Haas, do we have a second? Mr. Snee, all in favor, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any in opposition, any abstentions? None heard, motion carries. We do not have a very heavy agenda. I don't want to know, excuse me, I shouldn't say that. Should not say that. I think we better take at least a 5-minute break.
Recording stopped.
Okay, thank you. Whatever they want to do. Whatever they want to do. No, we roll call on amendments. We roll call.
Oh, yeah. How you doing? Oh. How you doing? Haven't seen you. I know. Yes, now. Yes, I'm sorry. You look the same. Wow, that. Yeah.
We're gonna have to have a work session. That's pretty good.
You guys look at it. It's like, I'm looking at it. It can't be your daughter. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Usual.
Yeah. Just the two. The dog. Ellen and working. Okay. I'll be back.
BBC bonds?
Yes.
I don't know.
It's, I basically, I had an issue.
An issue for.
The jail.
Okay, go ahead.
When David had introduced some stuff that he's done in the gave him documents and led an investigation.
For, what's your name? So I.
Theodore Johnson.
What is it?
Theodore Johnson.
Theodore, okay. Oh, okay, that's
So
great.
you know who you're talking to.
Oh, no, just what?
No, I'm the one that Jim Dory used to work for, and it's the one next to Antonio's Pizza.
Okay, I know that location, yes.
Basically, there's some things that were happening that I know that were done illegally, irrevocable, and some stuff that was just.
And you gave the information.
That copies,
And-
stacks, yeah.
When was that?
Over a year ago. And it was like,
Oh,
it's been a while. And then
Last
we
fall,
got it
a year.
Yes.
A year.
And honestly, I don't really want the county, because I actually bought a website called Deals for Cash. So the Kids for Cash was this last year, and I was really good at it. Really don't want federal stuff. I talked to the federal officer. IRS and a lot of different stuff. I've been trying to just get it done without the press. He had everything down, I actually even have. When I first did this, see that name right there?
Yes.
See the date?
2019.
It was the day after I talked to David Petrie.
Almost 2 years.
Okay, I'm just saying.
I know, I understand what you're.
Well, I did a lot of stuff that I gave him, like, I have copies, I documented it, everything. Trusted him, I thought he was gonna do it, his right-hand man, the other guy just retired a couple months ago, was there meeting with him. I told him about log books, people that weren't licensed, agents, going in and soliciting. I have documents, I prove everything, and.
Okay.
But I wanna know, I went to him.
All right.
I went to Ramilda won't see me.
Where do
I
you
go
want
next?
to see you?
I called her a couple times. I emailed her.
Does she know who you are?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Did you indicate why?
Oh,
you were
yeah.
contacting?
Yeah.
That's all I need to know. If you would allow me to talk to Ms. Corcoran tomorrow.
Yep.
I have your number.
I dropped many cards off.
Do we have?
Nobody calls.
Do you have a?
Myself.
Yeah, you have an email.
Yes, I do.
You want to write on the back?
I would love it. Actually, I emailed her yesterday. It's a penny, yeah, right, I need that.
You never know.
I do, and I apologize. But it's like.
Okay,
Yeah.
you don't have to apologize.
It's
You're
the thing.
providing information
And you know what, okay. We'll take it to the next step, but at least I'm hoping you'll at least call me back. And I'll give you my.
You'll get a contact from me.
That would be beautiful.
I mean, I'll guarantee you that.
Okay.
I can't guarantee, I don't know enough about the jail
No,
and the
and honestly,
legality
I
of
was,
things there.
honestly, I was told to make copies, send it to the press, send it to all you guys, and I said, nope, I don't want to do that.
Well, first of
I would
all,
like to go up the ladder first.
I'd just like to tell you that we don't run the day-to-day operations in council,
I know that.
as you know.
Oh, I know that.
Yeah. So
It's DJ Fisher, 1965.
Oh,
And I'll give you my,
email?
yes, sir. I'm gonna give you my personal cell phone.
No, that's fine.
Oh, you don't need it?
No.
That's it?
No, as long as I can leave a message there.
Absolutely.
No, it's not necessary.
I really. do
I will
appreciate
check on
that.
it. I will get back to you. Like I say, I don't know what I'll get back with, but I'll definitely get back with you and.
And I could drop off the documentation. I
It's
can
not
whatever you
gonna,
want.
it's not gonna help me.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's right and what's wrong. I'm not saying you can't. I'm saying I know, as a citizen, don't have a legal background.
Usually I'm so hot and I wore a sweater today and I'm still freezing. That doesn't ever happen. I said, I'm so cold today. And I'm not ever cold. I didn't wear like anything over it.
I have one of those, what do you call those, snuggle duds?
Yeah.
Cuddle duds.
Yeah.
Under here, I have a sweater, I got fur boots, and I'm still freezing.
Yeah, but usually like, the heat kicks on and it's fine, but I'm just, well, ooh,
With me, I was a lot of weight. I don't have.
yeah. No. Since when? That had to be March. What?
March.
Since March.
I went up to the bar and Mary driving. I do exercise at home. No, but exercise at home. I do the step up and down off the box.
But that's all. She's, I mean, I know her just.
It's all matter. That's my person. She's got rid of the calories, they fall right in line, and we did.
Congratulations.
I'm used to it. I don't know if my husband.
Wow.
And I was good. I was like, yeah. And then his dad died in 2018, 19. And the whole family, we just like so much stress. This
You must have hit it well because I didn't.
I'm tall. And I like big baggy clothes.
I guess, because I never, ever would have thought.
Oh my God.
No. Right now, struggling to lose. Because again, you try to keep it. You don't want to buy.
Look at how my fingers even shrivel because I get so cold.
My knuckles start to hurt. They're killing me. I think from
Yeah.
the holiday. Cooking, cleaning. It was Wednesday. Thursday I had the family, kids over, all the kids. Then Friday went shopping, with the daughters, and Saturday had my family over. Sunday decorating and cleaning up, and my hands like hurt so bad after that, like those were days. It's just it kills. But yeah, I'm actually, yeah, that's
I'm
wonderful.
not,
So back from 2018 is when we started to gain.
No, I actually gained all that in about 8 months too. I was gaining 10 pounds a month.
Oh, get out. No, was that, so you said last March, so we weren't
So
even here.
all of.
We used, yeah, but we weren't here last year, it was all virtual.
Back, no, I came in.
Yeah.
Both came in. Because,
Yeah. Well, yeah, but maybe that's it too, because I didn't see it.
yeah.
That's wonderful. Congrats.
I've always struggled.
Up, down, up, down.
But it's not my thing.
I know that's what I'm saying. 5 to 10 pounds is where I'm trying to get on cap because it's like, yeah, if you can fix, but it's well, that's what it's hard. So, and I exercise.
If I pay everybody to do all my work, I would put it this way, they want me to bring people in
Well,
my job, just to move a desk.
this is a diet that I've never.
I said,
I've-
that's part of my job. I said, first of all, for me to do
And
that,
it's different because
it would be
you
more
don't
of
eat
an
the
inconvenience
the
because then I
salad
still have to
and
come
salad
in.
and the salad.
I have to
and
give the person a card key.
the-
I have to show them where to
Do is adjust.
Yeah.
What you eat all day.
Yeah.
I eat pizza, I eat mayonnaise,
Those are all in too.
I eat tacos and chips, and I still eat all that. I eat pierogies with butter.
So it's kind of like,
It's not cheating.
if you think about with Weight Watchers,
Yeah.
it's your points. And you think it's kind of like the same idea, they
Probably has
want,
one,
it's just.
but I'd be careful.
Points are different because I guess they figure that it's gonna give you the $6 or whatever. This is actually.
So even, yeah, that goes into it too. So how often do you have to go? Or did you?
It's $50 for the interview cost and she goes over everything. The background and everything on her background. And anytime you go to here, you can pick. $2 $10.
Oh, that's good. Yeah. And it worked. That's awesome.
Oh, let's
Well,
see if we
again,
can get Matt.
congratulations. That's
Matt,
that's a wonderful thing. Is, you know, so many people all the time.
let's go.
If you have to set it
Yep.
she gives you
Oh, yeah, definitely. I have to grab my coat and stuff anyway on the way out.
I'll give you an idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a bad idea because it's not a lot. It doesn't cost a lot.
All right.
No. Worth trying. No.
How you doing, mister?
Those envelopes you're running, was there any cash in them?
Okay, we're gonna call the meeting to order. Roll call.
Recording in progress.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Griffith,
Here.
Mr. Haas,
Here.
Ms. Howe,
Here.
Ms. McDermott. Here. Mr. Perry,
Here.
Ms. Radel,
Here.
Ms. Sedman,
Here.
Mr. Schnee,
Present.
Mr. Urban,
Here.
Mr. Vogt,
Here.
Mr. McGinley,
Present.
all present.
Thank you. Motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Mr. McDermott, do we have a second? Mr. Perry, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any in opposition, any abstentions? None heard, motion carries. Just as a reminder, we will have a meeting next Tuesday. We will have on the agenda for budget amendments next Tuesday. So if there's anything that doesn't get finished up tonight, or anything from tonight's budget session earlier on, we'll have that opportunity next week also. So we're going to go to the budget amendments, and Mr. Haas is first. First page, he submitted back on November 3rd. Mr. Haas, you want to speak to those, please?
Yeah, I do. So council for your consideration, this is basically utilizing the RFP funds, the American Rescue Plan funds, the two acronyms here, the ARP funds. It was an acceptable use. Ms. Saidman and Mr. Griffith with me at the CCAP conference this past summer, Mr. Chair, and a lot of counties are doing it. It was deemed appropriate. So essentially, this is going to offset that cost for next year. The funds would be transferred to the reserve account. So those members who are a little skittish about actually using these funds, it's not going anywhere. And this will actually help out the new council. I won't be at the table, but it's going to help out the next council next year because we know there's going to be some increases in costs, specifically with debt service. This puts Luzerne County almost $1 million to the good. And I want to also encourage everybody. I brought a paper here. Here is, and I wish I could show everybody at home. Here is Wilkes-Barre Mayor Brown. This is dated Tuesday, November 10th. The vote for Wilkes-Barre Council releases American Rescue Plan funds. Other entities are using the funds and we are sitting on our hands. The people should have had a homestead exemption by this time, actually 2 months ago, but we didn't do it. Today, please, council, consider this a very appropriate use. It's going to leverage these funds so we can forestall a tax increase next year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So they're all interrelated?
They're all the same. Yeah, if you look at it, it's just the LCTA match is 735,000. The Hazleton match is 178,000. It looks like there for next year. It's increased slightly, both entities.
5% a year.
Yeah, so it would.
Okay. Any question for Mr. Haas?
Question.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Saban.
Okay, the only thing I have to say, and Harry, I was there and I know what you said regarding the transportation funds. I know what they announced. I would prefer having it in writing because, as you know, when someone just says something, as opposed to having it in writing, it's subject to a lot of different interpretation. Secondly, what do? I mean, we voted as a council that until the final regs are out, we won't make any decision on the funds. And so how do we, balance those two?
Good, Mr. Chair?
Is that it, Mr. Senator?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Haas, go ahead.
Yeah, I would say, Sheila, with all due respect, just exercise your judgment. I mean, you read the internal final rule, which was published last July. I read it's 150 pages. We're at the meeting. I'm looking here at the CCAP. This is the fall 2021 issue here. It's the American Rescue Plan funds. Here it is right here. So it summarizes what we can read on our own with the funds. And it says here, assistance, eligible assistance to households includes food, housing, utility, cash assistance. I mean, it's spelled out very clearly. This is an appropriate use. The homestead was an appropriate use. This one most certainly is an appropriate use. I don't know what other clarification you need, really.
I will not agree with you that I don't agree with you, Harry, that the homestead is an incredible use. I think this is a proper use because they said that to us, but we made a decision.
But I mean,
and I think it's up to the new council coming in to say yes or no to that.
Mr. McGinley?
Yeah, Ms. Amy, you finished?
Yes.
This is
go ahead.
Yep. Sheila, I'm not sure that there was actually a vote that was taken not to use the money at all. Was there an actual vote on not using that money? Or was that just the reason that was given when some of these things were voted down before? I know some people said that they were going to vote no on things because they were waiting for the final regulations. But I really, and I may be wrong, I may just not remember it. I don't remember there being an actual vote, a resolution or a motion that said we're not going to do anything until these until the final regulations are out. I mean, I don't really think there's anything standing in your way if you see this as a valid use. I mean, I do know, I remember hearing people say, I'm voting no on this because I'm waiting for the final regulations, but I don't think there was a motion to wait for the final regulations. I think that was just some people's reasons.
I don't know, Linda. I can't recall it.
Anyone else? Mr. Urban?
Yeah, and also a couple of weeks ago, I sent out to all of council a letter, that was published by the IRS or the Treasury Department that stated that as long as you're still under the itinerant final rule, there are no repercussions utilizing that money or any monies for what's in the current rule, whether it's final or not. So, what Harry's proposing is just to simply put the money in a reserve fund. It's still going to be sitting there in an account. It's not hurting anything. If council comes in and chooses to move it back from reserve back into the ARP account or GL line item, they can do that next year. I mean, 7 of us are still going to be here. A majority of this council currently is going to be back in January. So, I mean, some of us aren't going anywhere. 6 of us, we're not up for re-election. That's still the majority of council. 7th person was re-elected. I mean, you're waiting on 4 other people to join us, but I don't, if they want to reopen the budget at that time in January, they have that opportunity, and we have the opportunity to take a second crack at it. But I think, for this fiscal year, it would be prudent to just simply vote for the money to move it into the reserve fund. And it gives us a little bit more flexibility with the utilization of the money. And if the next council wants to move it back out, they can move it back out.
Okay.
Mr. McGinley?
Go ahead, Mr. Griffin.
Yeah, I was looking through the resolutions and motions, and I don't see any place where there was a vote taken. I agree with Ms. Houck that I do know that there were members who made that condition of their vote, but I don't believe this council ever vote and took a formal vote on that to restrict us from spending any of that money based on we're waiting for the updated regs. So, and I agree with Mr. Urban that, if we spend the money based on the regs that we currently have and they change them, we're not going to be responsible for the for the money that we spent. So I don't see a problem with the amendment.
If I could, Mr. Chair?
Wait a minute, there's other people, Mr. Haas, who may have questions or comment. Anyone else? Okay, Mr. Haas.
Sure. So, and again, so Sheila and anybody else who's considering or on the fence with this issue, just because, maybe you were on the fence before, now you're like, wow, this sounds really good. Don't feel like you can't vote for it just because you might not have, you're changing your mind now. There's nothing wrong with that if it's the right vote at the right time. This is $1 million that we can leverage to offset taxes for our people. And again, if you look at the March legislation that the Congress passed, that's what's appropriate. It's American relief funds. It's relief for our people. And again, the homestead thing, I get that ship has sailed here. Maybe the new council will take it up, maybe not. But they could have had checks by now, right in time for Christmas. And there's no better time than to really vote for a correct measure. And this will help everybody out. It'll save us $1 million next year.
Well,
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else?
I was just
Mr.
going
Durham?
to respond that with the homestead, supposedly Homestead Act, you would have to do it on a need basis. So then you'd have to take applications. I wasn't sure. I know we talked about that a long time ago. That was the difference, I believe, with that one, that you would have to do it on a need basis. Not everyone would just automatically get it. That's what I read.
Yeah.
But again, that one we're not dealing with.
That's a
anyway.
different issue. We're
Yes.
voting on this amendment as presented.
You would have to account for it the same way, regardless of whatever it is. If it's offsetting these funds, if it's a homestead, whatever, there has to be an accounting for it, and that's just appropriate.
Actually, Mr. Durham's right. It was based on a household eligibility. So you would have determined eligibility for each household, which is not something that would be related to something like this.
Well, correct, but at the same time, for the homestead one,
Excuse
Chair,
me.
go ahead.
So, it's a totally different issue. Totally different issue. And this is what you presented. My, looking at what your presentation is, you want to put the money in the reserve fund. The money will be there. My stance has always been very bad budget procedure to use one-time money to balance a budget. And and I know, we've been here 10 years. Once you put money in the reserve, you don't want to take it out. We always like to have that reserve right till the very end in case we have some kind of emergency, which is the reason you have a reserve fund. So if you do this, that's what's going to happen. You're going to put in the reserve fund. And the next group will make those decisions based on what they think the needs are for the county. Okay?
If I could address that too, Mr.
Yeah,
Chair.
absolutely.
Yeah, so I mean, the reserve, I get your take on not the best practice, but
it's not.
Remember, it's all about, I disagree, because local government is all about leveraging state and federal funds. Our budget of $140 million in the general fund is a small portion of the over, I think at this point, it's like closer to $300 million that we're responsible for, because there's federal and federal matches here. So when we look at this, again, it's all about getting us to the next year, just like you would a household, when we come to that wonderful year of 2031, where we'll actually be able to cut taxes or at least have a windfall of like 20-25% of our budget, because the debt service will finally be retired. That'll be a great time to celebrate. But we understand people are hurting in the here and now. This is giving the next council some wiggle room, and it's leveraging federal funds for 1 year. If you want to replace it, we'll take that $1 million next year and pay the match next year for it. We're not saying goodbye to it. I just disagree with you totally. This is a very appropriate use.
Mr. McKinley?
Yes, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know what's wrong with the sound tonight, but I'm having a very hard time hearing. I just heard Harry's response to you, but I never actually heard what you said about the reserve fund.
Well, what my statement was, Ms. Saban, the fact that, we would be balancing the budget on one-time monies, that's number one. Number two is when you put the money into the reserve fund, as we have done for the past decade, we don't take money out of the reserve fund. We use it as a reserve, which is the intent and purpose. And then hopefully down the road, we were able to actually, I think, to be honest with you, the fund that deserves the attention and deserves to have funding is the capital fund. We're really at a very low amount. And, that's our fund, that's our emergency fund for many crises it may have, particularly with facilities. Did
So
you hear
when
that
Harry's,
statement?
so when Harry says put it in the reserve fund, your feeling is once it goes into the reserve fund, we won't be using it towards the American Rescue Plan?
No, what Mr. Haas is proposing is this money, which is not quite $1 million. That's in the budget currently, and in the draft budget currently, would be taken out and put in the reserve. That money would be replaced by monies from the American Rescue Act.
Okay.
Okay?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Mr. McGinley?
Yes. Mr.
So,
Griffith.
so if I could get some clarity, the budget's already balanced currently as it sits currently. We're going to take the money from the county, from the fund that's allocated and put it into reserve, almost to 924,000 of it, or almost, yeah, 924,000. So does that equate to an overage, or is where we could give a tax reduction on that? Is that how that would work, or? Because the budget's already balanced with that money, right?
If I could, Mr. Chair?
One second, Mr. Haas. The budget has to be presented as a balanced budget. So that money that Mr. Haas is proposing, the 920 some thousand dollars that you're talking about, would be money going in the reserve. Now, it's also in the reserve, but it's also then tentatively could be used for an expense, right?
Yes, but it's coming out of the CARES Act money, correct? That's not part of the general fund.
It's coming out of the American Rescue. The CARES
Correct.
Act is-
And that's not part of the general fund, correct?
Can I take this? It's Brian. So,
Okay.
Mr. Griffith is correct that ARP money is a separate fund in the general fund, and any
Right.
increase would go to the reserve fund, which would increase the reserve. But what council does with the reserve, I wouldn't recommend a tax decrease, and it's council's call. But our thing is, we've been lowering the tran, trying to get a better credit rating and having more liquidity, and all these things help. I understand 900,000 is a substantial portion, but we already submitted a balanced budget. So I think I answered all the questions there.
Yes, and that's my point, was the money that we're taking from the county, from the LCTA fund and putting into the county reserve fund actually gives us $924,000 over revenue, because the CARES Act money, or ARP money, is not budgeted in the general fund. So therefore, we would have an overage in our budget of $924,000, basically, that we'd have more money than we could give a tax decrease if we wanted to.
We always have more money, not always 900,000. It's usually been in the ballpark of about 250,000. Some years it's been as high as 500,000 or 600,000 for any contingencies. I would just caution that budget and finance and the manager's office, or really county and administration in general, already cut items, and we've discussed them to get to a 0% tax increase. So I'm not sure I would add 900,000 reserve.
Yeah, or we could probably, as Mr. McGinley just alluded to, we could either put it into the capital plan, or we could use it to fix county roads. As I know that Ms. Brennan and a couple other folks have talked about our county roads and it's such a deplorable condition. We could certainly put it in the road and bridge account, which is not part of the general fund, and fix our county roads with that money. Is that not correct, Mr. Swets?
So council can put it in any fund or department, including road and bridge. The only issue is a caution of what the chair said before, is that's a one-time fix. It's great to fix a road, but that doesn't give us any more maintenance money to maintain the road. So if we were to move that money, you'd have the one-time influx, but then you would need more money going forward to maintain the roads.
Right, but that would actually be a go-around in order to get money for fixing the roads. We actually didn't have to take out of the ARP funding, because we used the ARP money for something like the transportation side, which is a legitimate expense. So we could actually take the extra money that we transferred it out of and use it for county roads, and that would not be a violation at all of the ARP funding.
On that one-time That one-time
As-
fix, it's the same thing you're doing with the $5 vehicle fee money. I mean, when that goes away, you're still gonna have to figure out how to upkeep those roads, but you know, you're using that one-time money.
You're correct.
Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Urban?
I mean, I thought the philosophy though was to also fix the road and then transfer it to a municipality that would want it, so there is no maintenance fee in the future. So I mean, I thought that was our sort of philosophy here on council. So, you know, if we do fix a road, I would say welcome any municipality to take it on, or only fix those first and then get rid of them off of our plate, you know, or at least those particular miles. You know, I mean, it's just a sort of a roundabout way. I mean, obviously the next council can reopen the budget and do what Mr. Haas is proposing, but I think it's just a simple move to move it to give us that leverage tonight. And then if the next council decides they want to move it again, they can move it again. I mean, they can move it from reserve into the capital plan if they want to. But I think, you know, while the money's there, we should be utilizing it in some way, shape, or form, at least putting it in some, you know, in one of the line items. I mean, yeah, it's one-time fee, but or one-time revenues, but we need a lot of one-times for another 10 years until the county debt is retired.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes, go ahead.
I just was wondering, when Mr. Sweats was talking, Brian, what are you recommending?
I would not do a one-time, as, you know, I agree with the chair on this. Again, it's council's call. My thought is these 4 separate amendments were, I thought, voted down 5 to 6 at the last meeting, was my recollection, unless one might have changed by a few $1,000s, but at least the first 3. So if you add to the reserve, I agree that leaves money there for contingency. I guess it depends on how much the reserve ends up being. I know, you know, we had cut positions. When we presented the healthcare increase, we talked about a increase in cost, and we're hoping we can manage to it with some, you know, with actually managing the plan. So there are things that could be potentially added back and still be at 0%, or money could be moved to the capital fund, or you know, a approach of a little bit of each, where some could go to the reserve, some could go to the capital, and some could go to needed expenses that need to be returned.
Okay, that makes sense.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I'm sorry.
No, yeah, sure. Go ahead, Mr. Ross.
Mr. Sweats, what next year, what's the debt service increase that we're looking at for 2022 offhand? Do you know?
About 200,000, I believe. They haven't been, while every dollar is substantial, we haven't had the multi-million-dollar increases the last couple of years. The idea was to level this debt service off until at the very end, where it goes down from the 26 million to somewhere around 9 million. But they are pretty steady, but there usually is a, you know, $100,000 or $200,000 increase. We're not looking at that multi-million-dollar as we were in 2012 and 2015 when we did the refinancing.
I remember the pain well. So, I mean, that's good news. And again, here's almost $1 million to help offset that debt increase next year of 200,000 at least. And then it gives the council some wiggle room to whatever contingency pops up. And it happens all the time. We've been doing this for 10 years. There's always another way to spend money. Every department has another way to spend money. The spirit of what my amendment says here is to take it from the CARES Act, or I'm sorry, I keep on calling it the CARES Act, the American Rescue Fund, to offset our costs, leverage the money so we can build up, like PFM has been telling us for years, to build up a reserve account for such contingencies. We just don't have one. And we've used it before for things it's not bad practice. It's actually building up a reserve account, which was one thing that helped us get back on the road to recovery. Gives the new council some wiggle room, as it's going to be tough.
Mr. McGinley?
But that's where I stand.
Hold on,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Haas, are you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished. Thank you.
Mr. Urban, and someone else was.
It was
Linda. Okay, Mr. Urban, then Ms. Haupt, please.
I just also want to bring up another point too. I mean, what is the vacancy rate right now, as far as how many employees are we down overall in the county? Can HR answer that?
They're not on. I'll give my best guess, Mr. Urban. I think you were correct before with probably somewhere around 100. I just want to caution that when the agencies were in here, 60 of those were children and youth vacancies. And they only have a 20% or less general fund match. So every vacancy doesn't save the general fund 100%. Obviously the prison would, but 911 and, convention visitors, the non-general fund items, aging, there's no match. So while it's 100 bodies, it's not all 100 in the general fund.
Sure. I mean, so the other question is, let's look at realistic numbers. What's the average vacancy rate in this county? I mean, you're looking at a budget, you want to fund 100% of the positions at 100% of the time. But if there's a 10% vacancy rate throughout the entire year, every month, and you're missing 20 or 40 people, I mean, you're talking close to probably $1 million easily, with the savings, the healthcare benefits, the retirement match, taxes, the salary itself, the base salary. So, that to me is maybe we'll look at sweeping that money next year and putting that in reserve then, because that seems to be a lot of money to begin with. Even at 20% of 60 people is still quite a bit of money, because of the, what are you doing all that money then that's just sitting there in an account? So I mean, let's look at all of this. I mean, we're gonna have to dice up this budget a little bit more and look at it a little bit deeper, because the proposal is to fund 100% of the positions 100% of the time. But if you're running a 10 to 12 or 15% vacancy rate right now, that's 10 to 12 or 15% of whatever amount of money that you're budgeting for that salary, whether it's 20% or 100%, that's not being utilized. That could be reprogrammed somewhere else, just as well as the ARP money that we're proposing here.
Ms. Howe?
Yes, I just wanted to say that, I believe the whole purpose of this, the funds, the ARP money, was specifically to give you money to do one-time fixes or to help in the short term. And, some of the things that it's targeted for or that are permissible for, it's permissible for, are things like infrastructure. And, so some of those IT things that were brought to us by Mr. DeMauro, that's exactly the kind of thing that we're supposed to be using the money for. And, to say, well, we don't want to do it because then, because it's one-time money and we don't want to put it in the budget because it won't be there next year. But the expense might not be. If you're using it for something like IT improvements, for the kinds of things that we talked about a few weeks ago with IT, or, other permissible uses of it, that's exactly what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to allow counties, municipalities, even school districts, who are getting money from this, to be able to do something without having to save for years and years to try to get it done, so that we can make these kinds of improvements now. And if we can use it in one place and put the other money that we would have allocated in some of those places into a reserve fund, I think that's exactly what the intention of that money is. It's to help us all get back on our feet after having gone through a year and a half of what we've all gone through.
That's correct.
Okay. You vote yes, the 4 amendments as proposed by Mr. Haas will be added into the budget. If it's a no vote, then they are not added in, and we proceed to the next group of amendments. Excuse me? Mr. Haas made the proposal. Do we have a second for Mr. Haas?
Second.
We have a first and a second now. So, roll call, please.
Mr. Griffith,
Yes.
Mr. Haas,
Yes.
Ms. Howe, Ms. Howe,
Sorry, yes.
Commissioner Dermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Sedman,
No.
Mr. Schnee,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
No.
Mr. McGinley.
No. Amendment passed 8-3. Moving on to the next set of amendments that Mr. Haas presented. Mr. Haas?
Sure, I just moved you. We do them individually, I guess, or?
Well, unless they're tied together. If they're tied together, we'll do them together, but if they're, it's clearly individual, we'll do it individually.
Well, okay, I think then this one's individual here. This comes out of general government. That was the postage together. And for the discussion, I really questioned the amount of increase. So I've scaled it back according to that by $40,000. And even so, it's still an increase over 2020 actuals. You can see it there in my little narrative that was 453,000 last year. So we're still looking at 5% increase. Price of stamps have gone up like 2%. And it's still, I think it's just also still very generous, even despite my amendment for the increase in that item. So I moved to take $40,000 and put that in the general fund, the general fund reserve.
Second for Mr. Haas. Second. Mr. Urban, on the question? Now, the issue of postage, I think we've talked about every budget that I can remember. And obviously, I think everybody understands that the U.S. Postal Service doesn't operate in the manner in which it used to operate. It's lacking, I believe. You know that they've increased all the fees going into the holiday season. I think that we probably could reduce that, but I think reducing it down to 475 is probably a little light. It's up to council. Okay, roll call. You vote yes. Amendment will be part of the budget.
Just this amendment, because Mr.
Just this amendment.
No other transfer, just this one, correct?
Just this one on postage.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
No.
Ms. Sedman?
No.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
No.
4 no, 7 yes.
Amendment passes. Down to the next one, Mr. Haas.
Yes, this one, let's see here. This is a 3% increase for the clerk salary, which would be yield $13,163. Last year, the salary was 43,000. So that's the that department for wages non-represented. We know that the council is adding an assistant there in that department. So that's what the remainder of that $67,000 is. So I moved to increase the clerk salary by that amount.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Who is that, Miss?
Linda.
Ms. Howe? Thank you. It's a 3% increase, as you can see later on in some of the other budget proposals. 2% seems to be the number that has come up in some of the other budget proposals. I would like to move the table this until we decide on the other merit increases.
Mr.
So I
Mr.
move the
McGinley?
table.
Oh, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I was going to make a motion to amend it. But you already made your motion to table, so that's fine.
Yeah, I made a motion to table until we see what we're going to do with the other. Ms. McDermott seconds my motion. No discussion. Roll call, please.
Ms. Howe?
No.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Sedman?
Yes.
Mr. Schnee?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
No.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
No.
Mr. Haas?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes, the table.
7 yes, 4 no.
The table motion passes. Mr. Haas, continue down, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next one is per the discussion we had with Budget and Finance, the Blight Property Committee, it wasn't in the budget this year, and that was just an oversight. It's just coming out of the redevelopment authority fund, so it doesn't cost our taxpayers anything. And again, this is in place to provide operating funds for the Blight property. I'm hoping that somebody in the new council takes it over, Mr. Chair, because obviously we've been out of commission for the past year and a half with the COVID. So again, this just restores that lost revenue according to Budget and Finance. And actually the other ones, we can group these together too, because the $5,000, the $500 and the $14,000 and the $500, that just balances out on the expense side in the budget. So I move to accept all those.
So the revenue and the 3 expense items are all grouped together.
Yes.
For a total of $15,000,
That's
correct?
correct. So we have a balanced budget with that,
Okay,
correct?
Mr. Haas makes a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Urban? On the question?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Saban?
Mr. Haas, is this, or the blighted property that you're talking about, that committee used to be on, or used to chair, is that the same committee that Mr. Griffin was talking about last week?
No, Mr. Griffin's is the crew that cleans up the roads in a lot of boroughs and cities and townships around the county. Does a great job, by the way. He's sitting right here. And it's unrelated. That's a more of a volunteer.
Okay, all right.
Group. These funds come from the redevelopment authority.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Mr. Hoffman, I know we talked about it, but what was the reason that the money was not put in there for the blighted properties? Was that zero?
To be honest, I kind of forget that. I think it was more just an oversight that it was, the management tried to trim the budget, and this does not affect our bottom line, I think. But Mr. Sweats, if you're listening, I think you could probably clarify that.
Yes, Mr. Haas is correct. So when we went through this budget process, again, there's no impact on the bottom line, and there should have been numbers there. Somehow they got, in the process of making the cuts, they got cut on both sides. So this was one that we all know council has to make the amendments, but we gave it to council because it was an oversight on administration's part.
Where does the revenue come from for that?
From the redevelopment authority. Yeah.
Back a long time ago when we passed that was part of the resolution that the redevelopment fund would fund $15,000. Because we haven't had a meeting in so long, I think that was part of the reason why some of this sort of got pushed to the side. We really haven't had any activity there. Okay.
Mr. McGinley, I understand the
Yes.
revenue one. So the expense, why are they being handled together though, right? On one boat?
Yeah, because the $15,000 would fund the expense for the office supplies.
Okay, okay,
Other contractual services and the advertising. If you
Okay.
look at that expense, it adds up to $15,000,
Okay.
which would equal the revenue.
okay.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, just one question also. When I was looking at that, the other contractual services, was that a different line item? The 550.15? Because you have 14,000 there. And it says 3,000 in your book, so I wasn't sure.
Well, it's probably 14,000 on top of the 3,000 because they didn't put it in the book.
Okay.
It was missed. Okay,
Yes, thank you.
roll call, please.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Excuse me, point of order. You are voting, and there was no public comment for this session.
You are correct, Mr. Shiner. That's my oversight. You are correct.
Now I get a gold star like Linda got.
A gold star, okay. Do you?
No,
do you wanna
I was, it didn't,
offer something?
it said special meeting. It just said
Yeah, I
special
know, but do
meeting,
you
and
want to
I
offer some public comment, Mr. Shiner?
I would like to.
Go ahead.
If you want
may.
to wait for the issue, that I want to talk on, I'll gladly
Oh,
wait.
yeah.
It's number 3.
Okay. Just remind us that you would like to, because, I sometimes get involved and I don't remember exactly where. Okay,
That's okay. Thank you.
all right, no problem. Thank you for your reminder.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
this is Mark Rabo. I'd like to offer public comment on this issue.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. McGinley. With respect to the budget amendments, I would like to point out that our state that also received America Recovery Act money to the amount of $7.2 billion. They voted on their budget, as you know, in June, on June 30th, and signed into law by Governor Wolf. They allocated their portion of the $7.2 billion in the respective breakdown. $2.5 billion into the state's reserve rainy day fund, $1.1 billion for the following: $377 million for pandemic response efforts, $282 million for long-term living programs, $279 million for infrastructure improvements to include the stormwater or for MS4 projects, $50 million for higher education, and $50 million for affordable housing. So that is their breakdown that they approved, that the state legislators approved on June 30th, signed into law by Governor Wolf. So if that offers you and the rest of council some guidance on how to better assess how to apportion these ARP monies, I think that would be a great help. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Haas, second by Mr. Urban. Roll call, please.
Start over or just where I left
Start
off?
over, please.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Edmond?
Yes.
Mr. Sneed?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Haas?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
Sorry, yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes,
Unanimous.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, very good. Moving over to the other budget amendments submitted, Mr. Griffith. As I indicated a little bit earlier, Mr. Griffith, Mr. Highmarsh has a family emergency and cannot be with us tonight, and he asked that we wait on the amendments for the courts that you have outlined here until next Tuesday. And, he'll be available then to speak to those amendments. Okay?
That's fine.
Yep. You have the podium. on
Okay.
your budget changes there.
All right, well, I did get some responses from, I sent these budget amendments out last Tuesday or Wednesday, I believe it was. And it did take quite a while for anybody to respond. I got some, most of them this afternoon. So I appreciate the response from everybody. I do want to say that, of the 2 years that I've been on the council doing budgets, this one was probably the easiest one to kind of look at and find things that I thought might be necessary to reduce or increase in revenue. There wasn't a whole lot that I was able to find, which is kudos to the budgeting process for budget and finance, as well as the acting county manager. They really did their due diligence to trim this back. So I appreciate the response from the ones that I did put in. So I'll start with the revenues, and some of them we already addressed with Harry's issue. So we could take the first one out, which was the 4115 from Division 10. That was just addressed by Harry's amendment. So we don't even need to address that one. So I'll take that one right off my list. I'll go down to budget and finance. I'm on the revenue part just for the folks that are following along. Under the assessor's office, I thought that we could increase the budget by $2,000 by on the copy side. Because if you look at the budget part of the 3-year history, I think that there was substantial copies made over the past 3 years that would allow us the extra money in copies, so we could increase that line item. So that's the reason why I tried to increase. I thought that was a prudent increase on the assessor's office. So do you want to do them individually, Mr. McGinley?
I think we could probably do all the revenues under that budget and finance together unless you,
Okay,
unless it's something that doesn't mesh there.
okay, fine. So
So
I'll continue,
through
I'll
those
continue
if you
on.
would.
So if you go down to tax collectors or tax collection 4137, I thought the history, the 3-year, and I put the explanation as 3-year comparison, that we could increase that line item by game lands lieu of taxes by 10,000, as well as the public utilities lieu of taxes by 10,000. And the rent of land, we could increase that by 39,322. And I don't think we would be out of line on the amount of revenues that were projected. I just think that we could increase those line items and not be dreaming, for lack of a better term. I think it's a realistic goal, and I think we could probably hit it without any issues at all. So those are my ones for that particular division. If you wanted to act on those, that's fine.
Okay, Mr. Swett, since it's budget and finance, you want to speak to those?
Sure, I'll take all three copies. And I have the book in front of me as well. So copies in the assessor's office. The highest year I see is 3,200, 3,191 in 2021. So again, I get it's 4,000 and $150 million budget, a $2,000 increase. But I see 2,400, 3,100. I don't see 4,000 unless we obviously don't have 2019 on these books. We only go back to the previous 2 years. The public game lands and the public utility and the game lands, the same thing. Again, they're not huge amounts, but I think what we put in there is really, if you look at the budget book pages, what we had actually earned in 2021 and 2020. And rent of land, I'm going to guess there's one big year. If you give me 1 second on that one.
Yeah, 2019 and 2020 were pretty large years.
Yeah, so what I think happened in that one, looking at 2021, for run of land for general government, we had 40,000 then in 2020 and 2021, we had large years. I'm pretty sure that those were payments for the airport, over on the west side. We had a lease that they got behind and actually had paid other years to get caught up through interaction with the Office of Law. So since the audit was already done, we couldn't put them back in the other year. But I think the normal monthly bill is closer to the lower number. And that was 18 months worth of payments at one time.
So you're thinking the 40,000 is the more reasonable rather than the 82?
Yes. And again, to your point, I get that none of these are large increases. I just feel we had cut a lot in presenting the budget. And
Sure.
especially that one, that one is more, kind of 18 months and a 12-month span because of them being behind. And with the audit being closed, we couldn't put it back into the other year. If we get a check in July after the audit's issued in June, we can't put it back in the prior year after the audit's issued.
Okay. Okay, should I continue on, Mr. McGinley, then?
Well, no, let's do those that we can.
Okay.
1 second. Mr. Griffith, based on what Mr. Swett says, I think you probably should revise the rent of land.
Yeah, and quite honestly, based on his explanation of that increase, I certainly understand that those numbers, we could probably just take the 4 of them out, because I certainly don't want to inflate revenues if they're not realistic. And based on his explanation, I think that probably would be the case. So I'll just take the four amendments out of there altogether. We won't even need to vote on them if that's okay with you.
So I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Based on what Mr. Swett's provided.
Yeah, I will take those out based on his explanation. And that's why I put them in here. I want the explanation before we vote on them. If they're plausible, I'll certainly don't have a problem going forward with them. But if they're certainly not, I don't want to try and inflate the budget in any way. So I'll go on with, right. So I'll go on with my Division 30 under licensing.
Yeah.
I put in 10,000, there was nothing budgeted. And I don't know if Mr. Swets can explain why there's nothing budgeted there. Maybe it's something that I missed during the presentation.
My understanding is
was just presented tonight, so.
Yeah.
My understanding is that comes in every 2 years. But again, I don't want to speak too much for admin or licensing since they just presented tonight. But I think it's one of those that they get the reimbursement every other year, not every year. but I'd feel much better if you heard from Mr. Reese or somebody in that office than myself.
Okay, so do you want me to,
Not
we can
Mr.
put that on next voting agenda if you'd like, Mr. McGinley.
That's what I'm thinking. That would probably be better to do it next Tuesday.
Sure,
All
that's
right.
not a problem. Yep. All right, so let me go down to corrections. And 4235 in Division 40, I put damage restitution. I bumped that up by $400. If Mr. Rakovich is on the line or somebody could explain if that's, I mean, it's $400. It's really not a big deal, but hope, you know, if it's something that we could do, we'll vote on that. But I don't, at the end of the day of $154,400,000, I don't think it's going to make or break the budget, you know?
I'm okay with the $400 increase. I mean, the numbers that we gave, I believe, were more accurate based on our inmate population, but that has been rising lately. So, I mean, we could do $400 more.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mr. Rakovich. I appreciate that.
All right, Mr. Griffith, you're making that motion?
Yes, I will.
Second for Mr. Griffith. Second. Mr. Urban. On the question. Roll call.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Sedman,
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffith,
Yes.
Mr. Hawes,
Yes.
Ms. Howe,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott. Yes. Mr. McGinley.
Yes, I hope the $400 finds its way to some point in our budget where we need it.
Yeah, really. Okay, so I'll go down to Division 50 under operations. 4171, I put down subdivisions, land develop fees. I increased that by 50,000. And the other item below it is the other income, which I increased to 6,000 based on the 3-year comparison. So if Mr. Sweats could address that, or somebody, maybe Matt could, Mr. Jones could address that.
That'd be Mr. O'Neill, maybe.
Oh, Mr. O'Neill, yep.
Yes, I am available, counsel, but I do have Mr. Jones available to speak directly to these two matters.
Okay.
Yes, hi, Councilman Griffiths. This is looking at revenue line 40530 for the subdivision and land development fees. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, so I want to just give a little bit of background on this. In actual numbers for 2018, there was about $250,000 in revenue that came in. In 2019, the same amount roughly. In 2020, the same amount, $250,000. This current year, this number exploded. There's a number of reasons why this may have happened. One of them is, I think, the pandemic backlog was finally let loose, and we've seen a lot of land development plans here in the county that has brought in a lot of review fees for us. In 2021, our actual figure is closer to $350,000. So it's gone up almost $100,000, and we still have a month to go yet. So this was something of an unusual year, but another thing to think about is that the Lehigh Valley, their industrial lands have basically been filled up with development, and a lot of that development is now pushing up into Hazleton and Nanticoke. And we're seeing a lot of new warehouses being proposed here, and I anticipate that that will continue. So I think Mr. Griffith's budget amendment is thoughtful. I think it's not unreasonable to expect that maybe, I mean, that's why I increased this line to begin with. I increased the line to 300,000. To say it would be increased to 350,000 it's not outside the realm of possibility to see that kind of revenue. The only thing I would caution with this and request is that this line pairs with an expense line in our budget. It's expense line 55018, and that is the expense line for engineering consultant reviews that we pay outside engineering firms to help us review some of these land development plans that are proposed. And we pay out that expense under expense line 55018. And between this revenue source and that expense line, there's roughly a 2-to-1 ratio that plays out. This these revenues that we bring in help pay for a number of our expenses, including the outside engineering consultants that we pay. And so if we bump up this revenue line, according to Mr. Griffith's suggestion of a total of 50,000 to an outcome of 350,000, I would just request that we have a budget that balances where my expense line would then be increased for expense line 55018 for engineering reviews, to have that bumped up by 25,000 to correspond with the increase on on both ends.
Okay. Well, do you think that number's obtainable, Mr. Jones, or no?
I think it's not unreasonable. I think, Walter, that it'll probably be somewhere around $300,000, if not $350,000, because we're seeing more development being proposed in Luzerne County. And again, it's because the Lehigh Valley's filled up, and because the pandemic is waning, and there's been this sort of pent-up energy, I think, on the part of the development community to restart. And we saw a huge year this year, the biggest year ever, and that might happen next year. It could end up not happening. You know, a budget is a
Right.
prediction.
Sure.
And so I think that your proposal is not unreasonable, but if we increase this by 50, I'd like to increase the other expense line by 25, just so that my budget is sort of kept on an even keel year to year.
Mr. Jones, you've increased the budget from last year to $300,000 this year, which was a $50,000 increase, you're telling us, correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Griffith is adding another 50,000, so that would be a $100,000 increase from one year to next year, which seems to me like, obviously we've had a very unusual real estate and development market this year particularly, but I think some of that is going to level off somewhat. I think 350,000 could be a rather tough goal to make, especially in light of the fact that you already increased the number up to 300,000. Mr. Griffith, do you want to?
Yeah, I can remove it. I understand the argument completely. I think Mr. Jones has outlined it pretty clearly that, quite honestly, if we're going to get a $50,000 increase and put 25 over the expense side, we're going to get a net gain of 25,000. It's probably better off not to take the risk at this point.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is
Mr. O'Neill.
Yes, I'm sorry. If I could just interject briefly, I don't want to delay the process. I would like to say that I fully support the increase so long as we can increase the expense. And the reason I'm suggesting that is because if we do have a year next year similar to this year, we're not going to be limited. What happened in the past, I believe it was last year, is we kept them proportional. The numbers were over our budget. And when we ran out of our expense line item, we had nowhere to take the expenses from, even though the revenue line item was well above what we had budgeted.
Okay.
So I would rather have a higher number so that we don't have a problem meeting and having the expense line item to cover in the event of a healthy year for those
I
fees.
agree with you, Mr. O'Neill, but I think Mr. Jones has already factored that $300,000 revenue with the expense that would be appropriate.
Okay.
And if we stay at $300,000, your budget should be balanced with your expenses.
Yes, and quite honestly, I would rather have added revenue that we didn't budget for and have a windfall rather than try to, have an attainable goal that's, something we're trying to, constantly achieve. So I think that's probably a better thought. So I have no problem removing that, Mr. McGinley.
Mr. Urban?
I just had a quick question. Would you anticipate, the proposed Nacero to contribute to a lot of those fees, since that's a multi-billion-dollar project?
Mr. Urban,
That project has not submitted its application. I'm sorry, that project has not submitted its applications yet for land development. I anticipate that if and when that comes to pass officially, that will be a huge project. and that will bring in quite a number of quite a sizable amount of revenues. Now that's assuming that it's in Newport Township, which is one of the jurisdictions we have jurisdiction, one of the municipalities we have jurisdiction for. But I think in any event, it's gonna be a huge project when it comes to pass, and it will generate a lot of fee revenue. Yes.
Okay, Mr. Griffith, we're gonna move on to the next one, I guess.
Sure, absolutely, Mr. McGinley. Let's.
Members of council, can I just speak to the second of the two proposals from Mr. Griffith?
Yeah, Mr. Jones, we have a long night ahead of us here. If you have something you would like to, send council, fine. But we have to get through our work. So if you want to come on next week, that'd be great. But right now we have a multitude of amendments to get through.
Are we voting on Mr. Griffith's amendment?
No, he said he's going to withdraw.
Okay.
We're going down to the next one, which is the other income. Correct?
Yeah, the other, yes, and I think Mr. Jones wanted to address that, but let me just give him my little speech about it. I just think that we budgeted 4,000 for 2022. We already raised 20,000 this year. Actual to date, you have 29,000 budgeted. So we, I think we're kind of, we didn't even come close to in the past years, we got 117,000. So past years show that we could easily increase that number unless I'm missing something along the way. So if they could address that, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Jones, you want to address that?
Yes. So Walter, under this revenue line, year to year, approximately $3,000 to $4,000 come in annually for our office to review zoning ordinance amendments and to issue stormwater compliance letters to applicants. And that was what had happened in fiscal year 17, 18, and 19. This year and last year, that would be budgets for 2020 and 2021, the number went up. And the reason the number of revenue went up is because we were receiving money under this line from an additional source, and that was from Lackawanna County providing us reimbursements for their contribution to develop the two county comprehensive plan project. And so that was a project that happened last year, this year, and has since been completed. And so starting next year, I anticipate this revenue line only to generate about $4,000 in revenue from the usual fees for our usual programming. And we will no longer be seeing any new money coming in from Lackawanna County to help their contribution for development of the comprehensive plan, because that project is done. So this is not like a year-to-year budget that's always flat. It went up. It had sort of a 2-year peak because of the comprehensive plan.
Understood. And that explains it, and I have no problem taking that item off the voting session as well, Mr. McGinley.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go down to division 60. If sure. 4153, I have municipality realty transfer tax. I increased that 15,000. The coroner's reports increased by 1,000. The toxicology reports increased by 1,000. Restitution increased by 1,500, and fingerprinting fees by 800. If Ms. Hogarth can address those items as well, to let me know that they're attainable.
Yep, Ms. Hogarth?
Yes, yes, I am here. We have no issues with raising any of them. I would caution with the restitution, though, that is a hit and miss. For a while, we weren't collecting anything on restitution. It all depends on people that have been charged, if they start paying their fines. I believe, but I have nothing to really back this up because we don't receive anything stating why we're getting these funds. I believe a lot of it is coming from the Clean Slate Act, where defendants were able to pay up their fines and then have their records squashed or hidden. Basically, I mean, I don't know the right words to use with that law, but I think in the last couple of years since that came out, there's been a push for people to pay up on their fines. So we don't have a problem, raising that because we have been collecting a lot. But I don't know if that's going to drop off if most of these people have already gone through the clean slate.
So the restitution one is an issue for the judicial records, correct?
Right. I mean, if it stays on the path it has been, it won't be an issue at all because we've been collecting a lot more. But
Right.
we don't have anything to back up where this money is coming from. We know we get it, based on fines that are owed, but we don't get, a breakdown of how many cases this was, how many cases were caught up that we got this money for.
Okay.
So,
All right, well,
it's not a break the bank thing. We will probably make that up in another line item within the division if we don't make that one. I just wanted to put that out there.
sure. Okay. All right. Well, I'll leave those in. The restitution ones like a difference of 1,500. So, I mean, if you think you could probably hit it, we'll leave it in there. And as you said, you could probably cover from one of the other departments if you're
Right.
short. So
You want
So I'll
to
leave
leave it
those in
in, or
there.
do you want to take that one out and leave the other ones in?
you know what? Just based on that conversation, Mr. McGinley, I think it's probably wise to just take that one out and just vote on the other
Okay.
four.
Okay.
I think that's better.
Yeah, I think that's.
Take the
a little better
restitution out?
proposal.
Yes, take the restitution out.
I'll tell you, well, before you do, I mean, to corroborate what Ms. Hogarth is saying, I'm looking back at Recorder of Deeds, it's 4153 and restitution there. There's nothing budgeted, but the actuals for the past 2 years were 2000 and 2021 and 2750 and 2020. So that's where she said it'll probably balance out within the division. Well, there's your balance.
Yeah,
I mean, I do
yeah.
have the support for you said, but yeah, it's a couple thousand.
Mr. Griffith, you made the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Sneed, on the question. Roll call, please.
So, wait, Mr. Chair, to clarification, so we're getting rid of the restitution?
That's the only one. Everything else is
We're
staying.
voting for all four.
Yep.
Okay, I mean,
Everything else under judicial records.
I'd like the amendment to keep that restitution, if I may, before we take a vote.
You can make an amendment.
I'd like to amend to. increase
Mr.
it back
Haas
to
makes an
Mr.
amendment. Do we have a
Griffith's
second for Mr. Haas?
I'll second that.
Mr. Griffith?
Yep.
So the amendment that Mr. Haas is making is he wants to keep the restitution in line item in there. So if you vote yes, it stays in. You vote no, it comes out.
It's $1,500.
Well, that's $1,500 change, all right?
Correct, yep.
Yep.
Restore Mr. Griffith's original amendment.
Okay. Roll call, please.
Ms. Radel?
No.
Ms. Evans?
No, because I just don't understand what was done.
Schnee?
Sorry.
Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Mr. Hawes?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
No.
5 yes, 6 no.
The amendment fails. Mr. Griffith, you made the motion for the other 4 items, and Mr.
Yeah.
Sneed seconded that motion. Roll call on the other 4 items that were submitted by Mr. Griffith in the judicial records.
Ms. Edmond?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Schnee, yes. Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Mr. Hawes?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley? Oh,
Yeah.
excuse me, Ms. Radel?
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Sorry.
And Mr. McGinley?
Yep. Okay, we're through the revenue side. We're going to the expense side, Mr. Griffith.
Yes. Okay, so on the expense side, we'll start at the very first one is the county manager one. That the reason for that cut was because we put the salary in the budget at the highest amount available for the county manager. So I reduced that salary based on that amount back to the what Mr. Pedri was making before he left the county. So that's a $48,000 difference. So that's what the difference is between on the wages non-represented for the county manager. And the comparison for the dues membership, item number 56060, I made a change to that to reduce it to $5,000 instead of 9718, which is a $4,718 difference. Unless, and I'm sure Ms. Crocomo can explain what the difference is for the dues and membership. Maybe I will remove that one as well.
I'll take both,
Mr.
Mr. Griffith.
Wanted to address that, please?
I'll take both, Mr. McGinley.
That's fine.
So for the wage non-represented, Mr. Griffith's correct. We budgeted the max. The county administration thought was similar to what we did with the match, and the council made an amendment, which they have the right to do, that we were going to budget the match. The max, our thought is, how are we going to advertise a position at the maximum and then budget it at a much lower amount? So we put it at the max. Candidate will negotiate whatever the salary will be. So that's why we moved it to the max. And for the second one, for the dues and memberships, we had left NACO, I believe, 2 or 3 years ago. And besides CCAP, I know Mr. Haas knows this, NACO was very involved, and we went back with NACO primarily for this ARP funding, and see that for this year and at least next year. That was $3,700 this year, and for a whole year, $6,700. So we're looking at, it was $3,743 for half the year and $6,400 for the whole year. So basically, it's just NACO that's being increased because we're going back to being with NACO, and they've been very instrumental along with CCAP in the ARP guidance meetings, regulations, etc.
Okay. Yeah, and I appreciate the explanation on the dues and membership one, and I don't have a problem taking that off the budget based on that. I wasn't aware that we took out NACO in the past, and that was the difference between what we're currently paying now and what we paid in the past. So I don't have a problem taking that off. The 5, 10, 15 wages non-represented, the issue, I mean, the council hasn't voted that we're going to advertise that position at the highest amount yet. And that has not come up for a vote at the current matter. So, and I know there was some discussion about advertising at the salary of the current manager. So I have a real problem with budgeting something that we don't really know we have to pay. So I think we'd be better off to budget an absolute number that we know. And then if we have to transfer money along the year, I would go that route, but I'll leave that up to council to decide on that one as well.
So what you say is you remove the membership?
Yes.
Amendment, correct?
Yes, yes.
So we're only looking at the county manager? That's
correct.
salary, right?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Any questions?
On the question, Mr. Chair? If I could?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, good job, Walter, on the manager salary. So that 46,000, is that reflecting, if you look in the voting packet on page 120, it's the last one. And I don't want to get part ahead of the horse, Mr. Chair, but it seems like the search committee put forth an amount of $185,000. Is that in line with that, Walt? Is that where you're looking at?
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm looking at. And quite honestly, I don't think that the search committee, you know, I mean, they could say whatever number they want. At the end of the day, it's up to council to decide that number. So, and I know that didn't come up for a vote yet, but I think we need to budget what we actually pay. And I know we're paying the acting manager the lesser amount, but I think we should budget based on what we were paying the current manager until after they hire somebody, and then they can change it during the budget year if they need to.
Well, my question is, and Walton and Mr. Chair too, if you're running the meeting, can we put this amendment after the discussion point and the council?
Put the amendment in any place we want.
It just might be.
We can do it next Tuesday night.
Yeah, you know what, Mr. McGinley, I think that might be let's do that. Let's put it in next Tuesday, if you don't mind. And that way we'll have a better picture of what we want to do there.
That's fine.
Okay?
So we don't have
Later with the time.
anything to vote on in that particular area.
Correct.
If we could put it at the end of tonight's meeting, we could maybe have a cleaner budget than next meeting, Mr. Chair. It might be just a little smoother.
I
It's
think
one less
once
time.
once we decide a number,
Yeah,
then we can find out all the
Then I'll figure it
associated
out.
numbers with it and have the proper information.
that's my reason,
Yeah.
was do it tonight, get it out of the way. It's just one less thing
Yeah,
to do
but
next
we don't
meeting.
have the other things included in the salary. It's more than just salary.
Oh, okay.
You know what I
Then I
mean?
was
All the
mistaken then.
retirement and benefits, et cetera, you know, whatever was
Sure.
part of that.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, it's an easy enough one. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be an issue. It's just a matter of we have to do it as clean as possible, I hope.
Yep. Okay, very good.
Mr. Griffith, you're down to the district attorney.
Yep, on the district attorney, Mr. Sanguiduce did send me a response to my budget amendments. I understand exactly what he's saying, so I'll remove those. He explained them very well in his email to council, so
Okay.
I don't see a reason to even have those voted on. I think they're explained very well. Going down to the courts, we're gonna leave go for,
Do next Tuesday.
correct.
Courts are going to next Tuesday when Mr. Highmarsh is available.
Yep. Under the solicitor conflict counsel, I got an email back from Ms. Craig or Ms. Lipansky, and she explained the issues with that, and I understand her explanation, and I have no problem taking those off as well. So we can take those off the voting agenda. Budget and finance, we'll go down to other contractual services. Maybe Mr. Swets could explain the other contractual. I did not get anything back from him on that, but if he could explain that one, maybe we won't need to vote on that either.
Sure,
Talking
so-
about a differential of $4,000 there.
Yeah, so again, each year we give a detailed listing with the best knowledge that we have at the time the budget's put together. We have, the cost for Kronos, EDP, all the items spelled out. That's $554. Council makes a cut, but we give the list of everything that adds up to the total that we present. I would agree that 4,000 is not a large number, but we had the list that backed up the 554.
Okay, then I'll remove that one as well, Mr. McGinley. If you don't, we won't need to vote on that either. And the last one is the merit. The last one is the merit increase under operational services. And Mr. Swets could correct me on the number there. I did look back to see what we actually budgeted last time we did a merit increase for county staff. And I think everybody in the county was supposed to get some sort of a merit increase when Mr. Pedri brought that up at the 2020 budget meeting. And I thought that, I'm pretty sure that number was 240 or 250,000 total. So I'm just concerned that we're giving a raise out to people without any idea of how much that percentage is for individual people. As I said at the outset of the budget process, I would much rather see council determine how much each non-represented person gets, and that, or how much money, say each department gets, or each division, I'm sorry, gets a 2% increase maximum. That means nobody could get more than 2,000. You could obviously give less, but you can't give more. With the way this merit raise was presented to council, we don't know who's getting merit raises, and we certainly don't know what the percentage is. So if, somebody gets a 10% raise and somebody else may get nothing. So that's why I reduced that by 1%.
I can give you a
And you
general
only reduced
breakdown.
it- Excuse me, Manager Crookmont for a second.
Sure.
You only did this for the operational?
No, this is across the board, all departments, all divisions. The total number that
All right.
came across is the 335,000.
What I can do is,
Go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry, I can give you a breakdown based on divisions and departments. I can tell you that the agencies that are out of the general fund or very minimal general fund, their total was $76,601.74. The elected officials and the courts totaled $118,728, and the general fund departments totaled $110,306.45. I have that. That's the breakdown of the total merit raises.
And that's for this current year, when you're
Yes.
proposing. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so Mr. Griffith, to
Griffith,
piggyback
as
off,
you know, excuse me, Mr. Griffith, as you know, the courts and the district attorney's salary are set by the state.
Right.
The judges. So that $118,000 is a number that we really have no jurisdiction over.
And it's provided, actually, it's provided by the state as well. Is that correct? Or no?
The state pays for the judges and they pay for the district attorney, I think, a certain percentage, Mr. Sweats, is that correct?
yes, so for the district attorney, it's 55%, and then for the judges and the senior judges, but not for the regular staff. So the general
Right.
fund, I think to Mr. Griffith's first question, when you're talking general fund last year, it might have been around 250. That this year would be 260,000. That's why Ms. Crocombe was saying about that 80,000-ish is non-general fund. So that's your 911 and your agencies that aren't, that aren't 100% general fund match. So yes, the 335, 566 is correct. About 70-some thousand is from the agency. So you're looking at a general fund contribution of 260. And of that 260, as Ms. Crocombe stated previously, when the department and division heads did the evaluation, they just marked the boxes of the score, needs improvement, meets, exceeds. There was no tie at the time the evaluation was done to a percentage. That was all handled by HR to make it the most fair process. So even when a division head or a department head or even the manager did the evaluations, no one knew when the evaluation was done what percentage that equated to.
So what's the final number in the general budget? You sounded to me like it's 260,000, but minus 80,000 for some of the departments where they're funded by different sources. So the general budget is that 180,000?
No, the general fund is 260, 160. The difference between
Right.
that and the number that we have of 335, so roughly that 75,000 is 911 and the human service agencies and convention and visitors, those type. So that includes all general fund for people under the manager, for general fund under the courts, for general fund under the district attorney, and for general fund under the controller's office.
Okay. And that number is 260?
Yeah, 260, 160, it looks like.
Okay.
And I think last year it was
$260,000
245.
roughly. Okay. Mr. Griffith, do you have that?
Yep, I got it. You know what, based on that, I still think we could reduce that number. I know that 335 is across all divisions, all departments, and all funds. When I ran that report, probably should have narrowed it down and just do the general fund, as Mr. Sweats just said. Some of that money is coming from different spots. The district attorney's increase is already in the budget based on elected official in salaries. So he's already on that, I believe, on that list, but he doesn't get a merit raise. So I would like to just have a vote on that one number anyway, to reduce it by 1%.
Yeah, but you're not talking about dollars, you're talking about a percentage, is that correct?
Yes, 1% of the total money, which is 335, 596, because that's across all departments and all funds. And I know Mr. Sweat says we get the money from the other places, but we're still supposed to be responsible for that money. We should just because it's coming from someplace else, whether it comes from the state or it's coming from somebody else, should not preclude us from being financially responsible. And clearly, if they're getting the money from someplace else, we don't want to afford them a bigger raise than somebody's actually working and getting paid out of the general fund. So it should be across the board.
But I think that, there are, I don't know if you've been following a little bit, there's been some press regarding the salaries for state people, which would cover the judges and the district attorney, et cetera. And they're looking at like a 5% increase for the year.
I did see that.
That's something that we have no control over as a county. That's something that's dictated through, through the state. So if we include those numbers in there, that really shifts those numbers. 5% is a big number in comparison. I think you're talking about 2% roughly.
Yeah.
So you have to, I think we need a little more work on this to really hone down to get it so we know exactly what we're talking about.
Do you want to put this on the next voting session as well? And I could do a little bit more research?
And I'll work with, I'll talk to Mr. Sweats and try to get all the information and get it out to council, so council will have that information. So we could really make a good decision based on accurate information.
Okay, that's fair enough. I'll wait till the next session and we'll work on it some more.
Talk about Tuesday again.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
That's good. Okay. Again, Tuesday, you can submit, and you would submit them by Thursday, please. We appreciate it. But we're going to go back to the agenda and public comment. Mr. Shiner, you were with us earlier. You wanted to have public comment.
Yes, thank you, Mr. McGinley.
Yep.
Tonight, item 3 for consideration is to adopt the resolution committing a local match for the new LCTA maintenance facility project. I realize some of you feel that you should not vote on this, that this should be up to the new council because you're viewing yourselves as a lame duck council at this point. But we're looking at match $750,000 of county funds in exchange for a brand new $60 million state-of-the-art transportation center. And as everyone was informed at the last meeting by the authority's executive director, that if the commitment of that $750,000 is not in place prior to January 5th, the entire project will have to be rebid, obviously delayed, and the cost will more than likely increase, and the county match therefore would go up. So while you're worried about being a lame duck council and voting on this, I say that this is your due diligence to do. Anything lame about it would be to not vote yes to do so now. Thank you.
Okay. Any other members of the public who would like to comment on the remaining agenda items? Okay, then let's go to number 2. A motion to adopt the resolution declaring a vacancy in Luzerne County Manager Search Committee. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Who made the motion? Mr. Sneak? And Ms. Saban, you made a second?
Yes.
On the question? Roll call, please.
Yes. Mr. Urban?
Yes.
Mr. Vo?
Yes.
Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Mr. Hawes?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Ms. Sedman?
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yep. Thank you. Number 3, motion to adopt the resolution committing a local match for the new Luzerne County Transportation Authority Maintenance Facility Project. Do we have a motion?
So moved, Walter.
Mr. Griffith, who was second there?
Linda?
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Okay, on the question? Yes.
The only concern that I have is that you might be committing 750,000, but where are you taking it from? Besides,
Well,
there's no GL account associated where the 750 is coming out of.
and you're correct. I read that this afternoon. I double read it this afternoon. But I think it allows the county a little flexibility to make that decision. All this would do would be commit the county to that match money of up to $750,000. Obviously, the American Rescue Funds are one of the sources that people are looking at.
The other question is, the new council can can come in and then just squash it though, right?
Yes, they can. And they have that they can do that under their authorization. Anyone else?
Mr. McGinley?
Yes, Ms. Griffith.
Yeah, on Mr. Urban's point, I agree with him in the fact that if we're going to commit to funding up to $750,000, we also need to commit where that money's going to come from. Because I think we can obviously make an amendment to this resolution to say that $750,000 will come out of the American Rescue money if we so desire to do that. And that way they'll have an actual commitment, because this resolution just says that we will agree to provide a local match in the amount not to exceed $750,000, but it doesn't say where the money is going to come from. So I have an issue with, if we're going to allocate the money, I think we need to say where we're going to get it from, so that the new council comes in, knows exactly where that money is going to come from. And they can't, I think it would be a real travesty if the new council comes in and goes, hey, we don't have the $750,000. So guess what? We're not going to give it to you now. And they've already committed the contractors and everybody else. So I think we need to be as clear as we need to be on this resolution. So I would like to make an amend. I would like to amend this, this resolution to state that the $750,000 will come from the American Rescue Plan funding.
I'll second that amendment, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Griffith and Mr. Haas. On the question on the amendment.
I invited,
Go ahead.
I invited Bob Fume. I don't know if he is on. If he made it on, I sent him an invitation to come on to the meeting.
I didn't see his icon earlier, but you know, he could be.
I think if I could, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think what Mr. Fume was pretty clear. I thought, no, that he needed the council's unequivocal support to move this forward. So just like what Brian Shiner said, that we don't miss out on the lower amount in the bid process. And again, the same logic applies to this as council majority just voted for the release of the funds to provide the normal match. So I have
Absolutely.
no problem doing this. I think it's very clear.
Absolutely, I agree. I just, I'm not sure he's aware that we're qualifying the funds coming from the ARP funding, which I do believe it would cover funding for this type of project. I'm just not sure if he's aware of it or if PennDOT is aware of it. That's all.
Well, I think PennDOT was the one that sort of indicated that this was an allowable expense.
It is, but I don't know.
No, I did.
It is, but
if
we're,
I read from
but
them.
we're qualifying our commitment based on the ARP funding, which I absolutely agree it qualifies for, but I'm not sure that PennDOT would want that qualification. I think he's on, or he's coming on.
Yes, Romelda, I'm on.
Okay. So if you can just repeat your amendment, Councilman Griffith, just so that Mr. Fume can hear
The
it.
amendment is that the money, the $750,000, up to $750,000 county match, the revenue, the amount of money would come from the American Rescue Plan.
That's correct.
Yep. Mr. Fume, did you hear that?
I did.
You have any issues with that?
No, none at all.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure.
Sorry. I think just to be very clear, what I'd second, and I don't want to be presumptuous, Walt, but after the $750,000, just add taken from the ARP.
Yeah.
That's it.
Up to $750,000.
Correct, not to exceed $750,000, and the 4 words to add, just for Sharon, after the $750,000 taken from the American Rescue
No,
Plan.
just from the American Rescue. I don't think we have to put taken in there. But from
Okay,
the American
that's fine.
Rescue Plan.
I just want to make sure we're
Okay.
very clear on it.
I think we have it clarified. Roll call on the amendment.
On the question though, this is
Go
Linda.
ahead, Ms. Howard.
I'm not going to support this because, you know, the incoming council are all pretty intelligent. And as I believe Mr. Urban said, 7 of you are still going to be there. I think you all know what money is available. It's pretty clear that 750,000 is not budgeted in the general fund for this. So when you look at where that money has to come from next year, 7 of you will remember, and the other 4 are intelligent enough to understand that that's where the money has to come from. And I agree with Ms. Crocomo that I don't think there needs to be qualifications on this. So I'm not going to support this amendment.
Okay, but it was very clear from Mr. Hume that he felt there was no issue with that qualification.
I understand that. I would just like to not take that chance.
I'm just summarizing the fact that Mr. Hume was asked that question and he felt it was fine. And we obviously heard what your thoughts were also.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. McGinley, I have just another question here too, regarding, because it's such a big amount of money and it wasn't even budgeted in this year's budget, would we have to go back and do an actual budget ordinance for this amount of money instead of just a generic resolution?
Oh, I actually think it's going to be in next year's budget before we would pay it, Mr. Urban. So we could certainly do something with next year's budget because that's what we're working on.
Right.
Right.
But, I mean, typically anything over a certain amount of money, this technically would impact this year's amount.
Okay.
This year's budget, not next year's. At this point in time, based on timing. So I think, an ordinance would be more proper than a resolution.
Okay, we have a roll call on the amendment. Vote yes, the American Rescue Plan funds are inserted into the resolution. Roll call, please.
Mr. Urban?
No.
Mr. Vogt?
No.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Hawes?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
No.
McDermott?
No.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
No.
Ms. Sedman?
No.
Yes.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes.
5 yes, 6 no.
The amendment fails. We go back to the resolution as presented. Mr. Griffith made the resolution, Ms. Houghton made the second. On the question? Roll call, please.
Mr. Vogt?
Yes.
Mr. Griffith?
Yes.
Mr. Hawes?
Yes.
Ms. Howe?
Yes.
Ms. McDermott?
Yes.
Mr. Perry?
Yes.
Ms. Radel?
Yes.
Sedman?
Yes.
Mr. Shea?
Yes.
Mr. Urban?
No.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes,
7 yes, 1 no.
the resolution passes as presented. Going down to number 4, we have request a motion to set the topmost salary level for the county manager's compensation. This is as a result of the email that you received from Mr. Hackett. They're requesting the council to give them the information about a topmost salary that would be included in their advertisement for the manager position. Okay? Do we have a motion
I move to accept the committee's request.
of $185,000?
Sir.
Mr. Haas moves that the topmost salary be $185,000. Do we have a second?
I'll make an amendment to 160.
160?
Yes.
That's Mr. Sneed. Do we have a second for Mr. Sneed? Second, Mr. Perry? Anyone else? Okay, we know what the request is. We'll vote on the first amendment that came from Mr. Sneed, second by Mr. Perry.
On the question?
Topmost salary that would be included in their advertisement would be $160,000. Okay, on the question, Mr. Griffin?
Yes.
Yes, yes, thank you. Go ahead, Sheila. I'm sorry.
Are they just saying advertising it as a salary of 185,000, or are they saying 185,000 including, or you know, your healthcare, but this includes the healthcare benefits, this retirement,
This would
or you
be,
just,
this would be just salary. The benefit
just
package
salary?
is above that.
Mr. McGinley, isn't this a not to exceed number? Isn't that how it's going to
You
be
can make it
advertised?
not to exceed, that would be up to council.
Oh, okay, I thought that was what they wanted, was a not to exceed number.
I think they want a top, my understanding is they want a top level salary. This is what they can go to.
Right,
Right.
so not to exceed. Okay,
All right?
Mr. McGinley?
Go ahead, Mr. Griffith.
Okay, thank you. The only problem I have, and I certainly understand the spirit of what the search committee is trying to do here, is to give some kind of incentive for people to apply for the position. The problem I have with it is this is all driven, this whole salary thing is driven by the charter. And I would like to see them change that language to say that the salary range would be as outlined in the county charter. Because I think we're putting a not to exceed obviously doesn't put any restraints on us, but certainly there's an expectation that somebody who applies for the job may very well expect to be up at that number. And if we put in a number like it's driven by the charter, I think it would be, first of all, I think it gives council the ability to drive that number as opposed to the search committee by putting this number in there. So I appreciate Mr. Sneed's amendment at 160,000, but I think that may keep people from applying if you put a number that low in. I don't know. So I won't support the amendment, but my thoughts are it should be driven by the charter, not by the search committee.
Other people on the question?
Mr. McGinley, are we using the language not to exceed?
We can use any language the council wishes.
Well, I would make an amendment that it states that it would be not to exceed 185,000. They have
Well, I
leeway
think
then.
the charter would step in there because you're bumping up against the charter's topmost number.
Okay.
But that's fine. But we're voting first on Mr. Sneed's amendment, which is 160,000. Up to.
On the question, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
can I ask the gentleman why the change? Why 160,000? What's the reason?
Mr. Sneed?
Yeah, or Chris or?
My reason?
Yeah.
Somebody unseen, you could say anything in an interview, somebody unseen. Everybody's struggling out there. Everybody realizes that. There's a lot of people out there that were laid off of their jobs that are high executives. I think 160,000, not seeing what your work about is a good figure. See them and then council could increase the salary. If you have something special here, you give them a $10,000 raise. But somebody unseen, you're gonna throw out 185, untest it,
And if you remember,
That's all
Mr.
I'm
Haas,
saying.
Let's not hear where you're coming from.
Yeah.
Mr. Haas, if you remember, Mr. Pedri was still here January 1st, 2022. He'd be about 140.
Yeah.
So you're talking about a $20,000 gap between the 140 or so and versus 160. And that's what the number we had in the budget when we sought out a replacement after Mr. Lawton left, was $160,000. That's what we had in the budget.
I haven't tuned into a single manager search committee, so I don't know what the debate's been, but I haven't been there, so maybe they're very warranted for the 185. I don't know, I haven't tuned in, so.
Well, I think they've had some discussion about it, but I don't think they really have a definitive number. I think they're looking for council to give them direction on that.
Mr. McGinley?
Yes, Mr.
Mr.
Urban.
McGinley?
Well, Mr. Urban first, then Ms. Saban, you're
Okay.
next.
I would think, I know in the professional world, you get an operating, like a VPO of where I work. I would say the range is probably between 105 and 130 at this point in time. And then you have bonuses and incentives built in. You might have a moving expense built in of 10K. You might have a house closing cost that you pay for. You know, these are different items that you can make it more attractive for some to bring somebody into town and get them to stay here. You know, I think, you know, 160, 150, I would even go down to 150 because, you know, we should, as council, set goals for the next manager. And should they hit those marks, maybe build it into the incentive plan that you get a bonus, you know, above and beyond, because, you know, I think sometimes money motivates people to do a better job, you know, and if you shoot high and you give them 185 or 175, 165, 160 out of the gate, what's their incentive to actually do better? You know, you're just getting somebody that's maintaining status quo, not really driving any good initiatives. They're just coming to work every day, making a salary, but have nothing to attain going forward because you're at the high end of the mark. So, you know, you got to go somewhere in the bell curve. And then we, as council next year, I think, need to put some hardline goals for the manager that we want to see this county shift in a different direction. If you can, you know, sacrifice some areas or consolidate departments, bring the technology in here, get people trained the right way so they can do more with less. Operationally, I think you can then say, hey, you're worth more money. Here's $10,000 bonus that you hit your marks within a year or 2 years or 3-year plan. But if you go high and give it to them right out of the gate, then I mean, how do you do any type of merit increase in the future too if you hit the charter roadblock?
Okay, Ms. Saban?
Yes, I've been involved with 2 search committees in the past couple of years, one with Maternal and Family Health Services and one with the Jewish Community Center. And both of them went high. They got better applicants, stronger applicants, applicants from California, people that may not have initially been attracted to that offer because they have a lot of skills, they have a lot of expertise, they've been laid off, maybe because of age, maybe because they were just closing down operations, and they would be attracted to come to a salary that was more significant, more substantial, even if it might have been less than what they were making. Some of them were making a great deal of money in other places. So I know we got 2 really good quality candidates because of that. And, you know, I would recommend that in thinking about it.
Okay, anybody else? All right, we're voting on the compensation of up to $160,000. That will be communicated to the manager search committee so they can proceed with their advertisement and use that number in their advertisement. Vote yes, that's the number that will be sent to the manager search committee. Vote no, we'll go back to the original motion. Roll call.
Mr. Griffith,
No.
Mr. Hawes,
No.
Ms. Howe,
No.
Ms. McDermott,
No.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
No.
Ms. Sedman,
No.
Mr. Schnee,
Yes.
Mr. Urban,
Yes.
Mr. Vogt,
No.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes,
4 yes, 7 no.
that amendment fails. We now go back to the original motion by Mr. Haas, second by Ms. McDermott, not to
Mr. McGill?
185,000.
Mr. McGinley,
Yes, Mr. Griffin.
I'd like to entertain, have a motion, amend this to say that the salary will be commensurate with experiences provided by our charter. Kindly include your salary requirements with your application. Not put a number in there. It's driven by the charter.
I understand, and I think if you look at the email, they talked about experience, etc. But in the request is for an actual number. So if we're gonna honor their request, I think we have an obligation to give them an actual number. I don't disagree with the fact that you want to put the language in there based on past experiences, et cetera. But I do think they want a number that they could use for their advertisement.
Well, I mean, what they're said is the actual salary will be determined by the selected candidate's qualifications, experience. That's not actually true. That's not actually true. The actual salary will be determined by the charter. Because, I mean, you could get the best candidate in the world and you want to give them 250,000, you can't.
Well, yeah, there should be a statement in there, you know, that the salary requirements will follow the Luzerne County Charter requirements as far as range or whatever would be the proper term.
Right, but I mean, so you can't put an you can't. Yeah, you can't put an exceed in there because, I mean, we could clearly exceed 185,000. If the council decides to do that, they can. I mean, the ceiling, I think, is like 187. So they can go as high as they want to go. So I don't know why we're putting in an exceed number.
That's because they made the request, Mr. Griffith, they want a number.
Yep. Well, that's what I'm saying. So I think by charter language, I don't think we can.
I disagree with you on that one. I think we can give them any number we wish as long as it's within the range that's provided in the charter. They can, you know, go forward with that.
Well, what if the council gets a good candidate? They decide to give them 170 or 187,000. They can't because you already made the determination that you can only give them 185.
I didn't make the determination.
But I'm saying if this council decides that it's not to exceed 185,000 and we get a candidate and the charter says we could give them up to 10% of the district attorney's salary, which is now 200,000, we could easily tell somebody we're going to give you 190,000 if we want. But now we're saying that we're not going to give them more than that. So that's why I say I think it should be driven by the charter.
I think that's the way it'll be advertised. Council makes a final decision on the salary once they have the candidate and they're satisfied with the candidate. Council makes the final decision.
Okay.
I think that's clearly stated there that the council makes the final decision. So we have a motion by Mr. Haas, second by Mr. Thurman for $185,000, not to exceed. Roll call?
Mr. Haas,
Yes.
Ms. Huff,
Yes.
Ms. McDermott,
Yes.
Mr. Perry,
Yes.
Ms. Radel,
Yes.
Ms. Sedman,
Yes.
Mr. Schneek,
No.
Mr. Urban.
No.
Mr. Vogt,
Yes.
Mr. Griffith,
No, because it's driven by the charter.
Mr. McGinley,
No.
7-4.
That motion passes. So we will provide that information back to the manager search committee so they can move forward with their process. We're now open for public comment.
Mr. McGinley, this is Mark Rabo speaking.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. McGinley. First of all, with respect to the LCTA terminal project, I'd like to remind everyone a few years ago on the with regards to the insurance contract, when that was being bantered around and then voted on the new contract, even though it was a lame duck council, I spoke at public comment that the council at the time, the lame duck council at the time, could not vote for a contract that would bind an incoming new council majority. So therefore, I would be hypocritical not to say the same thing with regards to the project, even though I do agree with the points brought up by Mr. Haas and Mr. Griffith. And it's just that I believe that the council, the incoming council, should be voting on this absolutely, and they should be approving it absolutely, because it affects our county infrastructure and our buses. However, the case law is very clear from the local government commission that you cannot bind the incoming new council, and Ms. Hauk is correct on that. You know, you can't, you know, they wouldn't be elected if they weren't by the voting public, if the voting public thought that they weren't capable of doing the job on council. I would also like to point out, Mr. McGinley, as I pointed out in the last public comment on the stormwater by the state, I would like for our county to, you know, apply through the conservation district to help the rain tax for the alleviate the rain tax. And also with the courts, I do believe, like you said, with the increase of the 5%, I think that the state should increase the reimbursement and not dump it on the county taxpayers. That's all I have, and I would like to wish our residents happy Hanukkah, and Ms. Simon happy.
Other members of the public?
Motion.
That's what we're on, Mr.
Oh,
Griffin.
okay, I mean, I signed the sheet, I don't know if you're gonna call me special.
You're here. You're more than welcome.
Members of council, fellow citizens, Craig Griffin from the Peaches Committee. We have several speakers that are gonna be coming with the new council, of course. Young people, which is very exciting, that are gonna be following in our footsteps. And it's important that they realize how hard all of you work. And so whoever comes to speak for the People's Committee is going to sit through the entire meeting. But you guys, you know, the members of the council, you did a great job. We want to thank you for working to lower the deficit that you inherited from the past government, the 3 county commissioners, that put the whole county in debt to millions to the banks. You've all been working hard the last several terms of office. It's getting down there. You've done a great job. The public doesn't know how hard you've done to balance budgets and raise taxes as low as possible, as little as possible. The $150 million budget, the people appreciate the thoroughness of the budget process and council's line-by-line examination and the fact that there is no tax increase for the taxpayers. Thank you, Acting Manager Romelda Crocomo, for taking over and working hard and steering the ship in this last year. Church Road, we complained last week. The booklet with the road, the pictures. Romelda, the crews that were out there, they patched Church Road where 4 cars were towed by wreckers. The shoulder's still in bad shape, but it works. The people work with council and it works. But there's you can use the ARP money for road construction. Another thing is this here says it's a contract and the welfare of all residents. Affordable housing. We cannot let the $112 million slip through our fingers. There's men and women, working men and women, and we have members here or with the real estate business. How apartments, houses, $1,200 a month. The families cannot do it. So we're going to propose, because you have to speak sometimes 4 or 5 times, this council, the new council. We want some of the $112 million to work with the redevelopment authority, the tax repository buildings, pick out 1 or 2 of them, take a couple million, do some affordable housing. It's in perpetuity. It's not like you spend it and it's gone. It'll be rent to be paid, but affordable. But we have to help the men and women, the husbands and the wives that are struggling and they cannot afford this rent that's gone through the roof. So we have to help the welfare of the people with a little bit of the Affordable Care Act money. Also, real quick, I heard the music.
Yeah.
The prison, serious trouble. Lawsuits, suicides are up. With the new council, we will be requesting council to meet with the county jail warden regularly, try and determine what the warden needs to reduce the suicides and the lawsuits, the compassion of these inmates that are dying. find out what the heck is going on. Council members should tour the jail. I don't know how many council members ever toured the jail on a regular basis. It's the biggest budget item for the taxpayers. We cannot afford to lose these people that are incarcerated under our care, custody, and control. So we have to work a safer way to lower the prison population. We can lower the prison population, which will lower the budget. There's ways to do it. The safe inmates, they shouldn't be warehoused. So there's a lot of issues the people committee is going to be working on, working with council, the new manager, whoever that is. But we want to thank all of you for your service, those of you leaving, those that are remaining. And we're not going to let any citizens come up to this podium and say that government doesn't work. It's up to the citizens to help government work. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Snee, you made the motion for adjournment. Do we have a second for Mr. Snee?
Sure.
Mr. Haas, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposition, the abstentions, none heard, motion carries. Thank you.
Recording stopped.